Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise up as we are witnessing the occasion of arrival, Chief Guest of Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025. welcome chief guests and everyone who's present here in these premises to this lovely morning. Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025 seeks to strengthen Sri Lanka's aviation industry through collaboration and innovation. It further emphasizes alignment with tourism to foster sustainable growth and elevate the nation's global presence. So once again, welcome you all to Sri Lankan Aviation Forum 2025. Now, to light the oil lamp with traditional dances, I cordially invite the chief guests, Mr. Buddhika Hevawasam, Chairman of Sri Lanka Tourism, Captain Elmo Jayawardena, former Chief Pilot of Air Lanka and former Boeing instructor for CIA, Boeing instructor for flight training as well. Mr. Andy Smith, President and CEO of Halldale Group, Mrs. Chrissy Smith, Director, Halldale Group, Mr. Dimuthu Tennakon, Head of Commercials, Sri Lankan Airlines, Mr. Sampath Ranavira, President, Ceylon Aeronautical Services, Ms. Jodi Bevan, Regional Sales Director, Southeast Asia, Trexton Aviation. I would also like to welcome Dr. Sumit De Silva, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications of Airport and Aviation Sri Lanka. Dr. Sudesh Rupasinghe, Country Manager for Kuwait Airways, Sri Lanka Maldives, representing Board of Airline Representatives. Mr. Dimuthu Amaratunga, Chairman, Sri Lanka Association of Airline Representatives. Mr. Dinalka Shehan Lianage, CEO of Travelmo. Mr. Dr. Nimali Sirisoma, Senior Lecturer, General Sir John Kothalalu Defense University. Mr. Senjin Dermakavi, I'm really sorry if I butcher the names, Acting Country Manager, Sri Lanka and Maldives. Mrs. Angelina Marcus, Managing Director, Sri Lanka Pacific Aviation Academy. Mr. Suresh Reza, CEO, Managing Director of Aspire College of Higher Education. Mr. Ishara Gunawardena, Manager, Civil Aviation Authority of Sri Lanka. Representative from the US Embassy, Mr. Dev Kausalat Samarjiva, Founder and CEO of Aviation Voice. Thank you so much, and please be seated.
For the first time in Sri Lanka's aviation history, to shape Sri Lanka's aviation future, to unite, advance, and connect with tourism. Sri Lanka's leading aviation media platform, Aviation Voice, proudly presents the first ever Aviation Forum of Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025. Our proud sponsors.
As we all witnessed just now, we have special mentions who held in hand with us to make this forum a success. Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025 is powered by Halldale Group, Platinum sponsor Ceylon Aeronautical Services, Ceylon sponsor Travelmore, Truxton Aviation, Bronze sponsor Aspire College of Higher Education, Lanka's Pacific Aviation and Engineering Academy, AeroConnect Aviation Services. Support sponsor Kule Air, Classic Venture Tourism, Airmen, Premier Aviation, International Airline and Aviation College. Thank you all for holding hands with us. Good morning once again, and welcome you all to Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025. A special word of thanks to Mr. Andy Smith, President and CEO of Halldale Group, and Mrs. Chrissy Smith, Director of Halldale Group, who have joined us all the way from the United States. We also extend our gratitude to the representatives from Truxton Aviation, Asia Pacific region, and to our distinguished Sri Lankan leaders, Mr. Buddhika Hewawasam, Chairman of Sri Lanka Tourism Board. We are equally honored to have with us leaders from airlines, training organizations, regulators, policymakers, industry professionals, and the next generation of aviation professionals who together represent the backbone of global aviation. Before we begin the forum, I invite Managing Editor, Mrs. Manuri Ratnayaka, who employs as an aircraft design engineer for more than 7 years in this industry. Manuri, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure today to talk to all of you about Aviation Voice and what we do and where we stand as a company. So for those who are familiar with Aviation Voice, you guys must know that Aviation Voice is a media firm, but we are a little more than that. We do other work, and let me walk you through why we started, how we started, and where we stand now. So Aviation Voice was started by Mr. Dev Samrajiva, who's here with us today. He first started this as a private venture because he saw a vacuum for aviation media place in Sri Lanka. We have a lot of aviation professionals, businesses, but there wasn't a media firm that covers everything that's done by those professionals and firms. So he saw this opportunity and made Aviation Voice. He was also a member of the Civil Aviation Association before we started the Aviation Voice, and he also collected a few other professionals and other aviation enthusiasts who had the similar interest. This was started back in 2012 unofficially when he won the ICAVO Aviation Award, The Future Is Yours YouTube video contest out of 24 countries. And then it was officially launched in 2015 as a media organization. And from there on, we have come a long way until 2025. And to talk about the type of work we do not only aviation media work. We also work as an aviation advertising, digital media management, strategies development, and magazine and social media, which published worldwide. We cover events, event management, brand promotion, and destination promotion. And for this, we partner with airlines, both local and international. We also partner with regulatory bodies and training institutes. And we work with tourism board, inbound and outbound airlines, training organizations, and other domestic operators. We also work with Sri Lanka Association of Airline Representatives, Travel Agents Association of Sri Lanka, and International Civil Aviation Organization. And today we have partnered with Holdale Group. Just to speak a few stats about Aviation Voice. Within this time frame, close to a decade, we have reached 1 million of people online, about 47,000 on Instagram, 132,000 on YouTube, and we have hosted a number of successful events and webinars. We have partnered with schools, other aviation academies, universities, and multiple other organizations. And we have featured stories and interviews with industry experts across airlines, regulatory bodies, and other training institutes. We also won the Women in Aviation Multimedia Engagement Contest in 2023. In terms of our future goals, we are now stable in South Asia as a media firm. And we also want to extend this to the South Asia Pacific region. So that is our next step in this direction. So the aviation forum that we're holding today is the first move for that. So thank you all for coming today, and thank you for all the sponsors, officials, and every one of you who brought tickets, and all of you who helped us today for the first time in this conference. We hope we will work as partners in the future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mari, for that overview. With great pleasure, we now invite our special chief guest, Mr. Buddhika Hevawasam, to address the gathering. Mr. Buddhika, over to you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting for first ever aviation forum in Sri Lanka organized by Aviation Voice. I think it's a great occasion itself because it's a milestone in aviation. On the other hand, if I'm wearing my tourism hat, it's a milestone in tourism as well, because aviation can either be the driving force of tourism, or it can be either be the bottleneck of tourism in Sri Lanka, because we are living in an island nation, and the island can't go ahead without the aviation being properly connected. So we are at the right time, because we are being like just surpassing the pre-COVID levels of tourism numbers. We will be achieving somewhere around 2.7 to 3 million tourists within this year, and we have been heading for 3 million tourists from here onward till 5 million tourists in 2030. So with that whole aim, aviation's role is unmatchable to any other kind of industry. So the airport in one hand is actually one of the key areas that we have been like say looking forward to. I think the key stakeholders of aviation, the airport is being represented here, and also the airlines, the national carrier, from there onward, all other kind of airlines. The scheduled flights are actually the driving force of our tourism industry. And on the other hand, the domestic aviation and its development cannot be forgotten as well. So all these kind of topics, I think, is part and parcel of this aviation forum itself. And we cannot forget all other stakeholders, from travel industry partners, the GSAs, the cargo industry, the forwarders, and all sort of people in aviation is actually the major economic force of our nation. So organizing this itself is a kind of a massive task and a gigantic task, I know. And they has to be thankful, and also being, I think, it's an occasion to be celebrated, because like say in one angle or other, we were talking about aviation problems and issues in many other forums, but creating a kind of a formal forum to do so will actually help us to be together help us to be in combined with this particular journey. So in that sense, I think we are all in part and parcel of that. I think Andy and Grisida, I actually spoke to you also, like say thank you very much for coming here. And also we are hoping that you will be bringing an aviation, holidays aviation forum to Sri Lanka very soon in near future. Because this is one part of the world which has a kind of immense growth. You know that the Indian subcontinent's aviation is growing at immense speed. If you think about the Indian aviation, it's been growing at a gigantic level within next few years of time. And all other partners of ours, maybe Malaysia, maybe Pakistan, maybe Bangladesh, maybe Maldives and all others are actually very much aviation dependent, are also the driving forces of aviation as well. We see massive, I think the world's largest seaplane operation in Maldives as well. And likewise, there are many other kind of success stories, benchmarks, and certain level of global benchmarking practices to be shared with all the other global aviation stakeholders in Sri Lanka as well as in this region. And despite of any other factor, Sri Lanka is the most neutral soil within this region, where anybody, whether it is from Pakistan, whether it is from India, all over, can capture or can get together in Sri Lanka. That's why I think the upcoming World Cups, Indian and Pakistan matches will be played in Sri Lanka rather than playing it in anywhere else in the world. So that itself has been showing that we are very much ready, very much neutral, very much harmonized environment. So aviation, I don't see it as a kind of a missing part of the jigsaw. It's a part of the jigsaw itself, but we want it to get bigger and bigger. So I think this forum here onward will be talking about those kind of expert areas, which I'm not one of them. So experts, please raise these concerns, raise these issues, get it into the forefront, and we'll take it formalized, and with all the support of the government as well as the other stakeholders, we'll take it forward and to make our aviation brighter and better, because actually we are one of those nations which we boast about the aviation industry in the ancient and archaic times as well. From King Ravana onward, then even at the colonial ages, we are first who are actually having the particular longer flight routes as well as other kind of paths and everything in aviation. So it's not regaining the glory, but going beyond that. So we are actually facing a kind of globalized environment and I think neo-colonial or neo-capital environment itself. So we have a kind of bigger part to play through tourism as well as aviation. So my wishes are with you, Dave, and the Aviation Wise, as well as all other kind of stakeholders. So let's work together for the prosperity of the country through aviation. And this forum can be a milestone for starting or a stepping stone for that particular task of ours. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bodhikayavasan, for that insightful thoughts. Now, we are going to jump into a very entertaining event that is none other than, we would say, a fusion of traditions done by Anga events. So enjoy.
Vilena kasnav yakti buna an vilena gaswala malpi Put your hands up. Tamdan tane natan tane tamdan tane tana tan tane natan tane tamdan tane tana tan tana tamde na 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 tamde na tan tana tamde na na tamde na.
Thank you for that marvelous event, Anga. Let's give a round of applause to them. We are now inviting a very special individual to address the forum. That is none other than Captain Elmo Jayawardena, former chief pilot of Lanka and former Boeing instructor, Singapore Airlines, Boeing 737 instructor for Boeing flight training. Captain Elmo, would you please? Thank you so much.
If one does not keep step with the others, perhaps he hears a different drummer. That crossed my mind when I was seated there. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by saying hello to the Honorable Chairman of Tourist Board, Mr. Damika, and then to the two guests who had come all the way from the United States, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I forgot your first names. What's it? Okay, I can call you Mr. and Mrs. Smith. That's good enough, right? Thank you. And my friends from the aviation fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. I did not come here to hear any applause because I don't have many nice things to say. But I want to tell the truth. And I'll begin by saying I am fascinated by the opulence of this gathering, the way it was, who I know very closely, and his team, because he obviously could not have done this by himself. He's done it so well, and I'm very happy, and I think we should give a big hand to that aviation voice and day. Now, since I finished that part of it, let me get back to the story. I was seated here and listening to the chairman of the tourist board, and he said something very, very nice, which I knew, and it pleased me more to hear from him right from this forum. He said, we are going to be 3 million tourists by the end of this year, and we are going to be 5 million tourists in 2030. Now, he didn't tell whether it was the beginning of the end of 2030, but let's take it as the end, which means from the 1st of January of 2026, we have 5 years to make it 5 million. I think that's a beautiful vision. I can't see him here, but I hope he's there. And that's the thing that I'd like to hear in this country, because for 77 years in aviation, whether it be airport or whether it be aeroplanes or whatever we did, far too often we missed the bus. And at most times we did not miss the bus, we missed the cruise ship. That's why we are in this state today, in debt, having an airline, and then someone like Mr. Hevavasam comes up and says he's got the vision. The rest of you here should be happy he has a vision and do whatever you can to achieve that. And I think that is where we should be going. And let me talk about how I think we can help his vision. The best way to do that is to find out where we are today and see how we are going to get there. Let's call 2.5 million people today. Will have to increase by another 2.5 by 5 years. So 5 million. And I'm going to talk about the airports, and I'm going to talk about the airline, because the rest of it I do not know about hotel rooms and how they bring people and how they are transport to different places. Those things I don't know, but aviation I know something about, and I like to talk about that. Now, if you have doubled your incoming tourist, does that mean we have to build another Sigiriya? No, nothing like that. Do we have to somehow go and bring another Anuradhapura into existence? No, they are all there. Or we have to go to the hill country and then put up some new hills because the amount is very high now, 5 million? No. None of those things are needed. We don't have... Excuse me, somebody is talking here. Can you please give me the piece of silence? Thank you. We don't have to start waterfalls to have that increase in tourist numbers. All that we have. Now what we need is, we need airlines to come here. We need passengers to come here. Or, excuse me, am I talking or somebody else is talking here? What? Then let them coordinate and I'll go home. I'm sorry, please. I do apologize to you all. So what I wanted to say is that if we are going to bring aeroplanes and bring people in, we have a classic example in Mali. Mali does not have a big airline or anything like that. But every airline in Europe is coming to Mali, bringing passengers. And they are quite happy to have those tourists coming in. Unfortunately, that's not what we want. We want others to bring the passengers, definitely. We want Emirates to come, Singapore Airlines to come, Cathay to come, all that. But in our own shows, we have an airline that started in 1948. And 77 years later, we got to take best possible care of it, improve it, to catch this new wave of 5 million tourists. Today, I'm going to give you figures. Of course, I don't know the exact figures, but I know there are people from Sri Lankan Airlines here who will either vouch me or laugh at me. That's okay. We have 24 aeroplanes to cater for 2.5 million people. So in 2030, we need double that figure when it goes to 5 million. So we need to have another 25 new aeroplanes added to the fleet to bring these tourists, plus the other airlines coming in. Point is, 25 new aeroplanes needs 150 crews, which means 150 captains and 150 co-pilots. That's a very big number. The problem is, today I spoke to a very senior training personnel in Sri Lankan Airlines, a pilot, and he told me, unfortunately, we train about only 10 pilots a year. So how do you take care of the 150 pilots we need in 5 years when we are doing 10 a year? We will end up with only 50. First thing, to fulfill that vision Mr. Hevavasam has, the airline has to find a way to train pilots. Not to say there's a bottleneck. Bottlenecks are always there. But if you have a bottleneck, you've got to break the bottleneck. So the first thing I'm saying is that aeroplane coming in from here, we got to start training pilots, training engineers to get those pilots up in the sky. That's what it is, number one thing. And it is not something that is impossible. It is impossible when you don't do anything. That is how we missed the cruise ship all these years. So we got to sit down and work out, and that has to be worked out with the civil aviation, very important because they are the custodians of aviation. Then we got to talk to airports and aviation because they run all the airports, and then Sri Lankan Airlines. But if these three people are talking to themselves in closed doors, forget it. I am sorry to say, Mr. Chairman of Tourist Board, your vision is fine, but you got to have the teams to work together to get that vision. So that aeroplane story has to be discussed at length. I can't do this in 10 minutes and explain to you, but the main figures are, we need so many pilots to be trained. Now don't tell me that we have so many schools and so many pilots and all that kind of fairy tales. We can have schools and we can have pilots, all that, but it all depends on to what level they are operating. The fact remains that Sri Lankan trains 10 pilots a year, and that is the biggest hurdle that we have to jump if we are going to get more tourists coming here carried by Sri Lankan Airlines aeroplanes. That's the first thing. Second thing I want to tell you, we know that 2.5 million people are coming through the airport. 5 million coming through the Bandaranaike International Airport means so many other aeroplanes are coming here. Simple thing. I do not know how well you know this business of aviation, but we have an airport which is very, very good. Runway is very, very good, but it does not have high-speed taxiways. Now let me talk in very simple language to tell you what a high-speed taxiway is. When a captain comes to land and he leaves the runway and goes to the apron, if it is a 90-degree turn, he has to turn that at less than 10 knots. But if you have a high-speed taxiway, he can turn between 50 to 60 knots. That means a very quick out of the runway. If you go to Gatwick, you all know Gatwick, they do 30 flights an hour, 2 minutes to get in and get out. But we, through all these years, have never thought of getting high-speed taxiways. That's a simple thing. That doesn't need billions to put simple taxiways. We haven't done it. Second thing is, supposing we have these 5 million tourists coming with all these aeroplanes, where are we going to park them? Now people, I'm sure there are people from airport authority here, you have to look and say, hey, we got to have parking space to put these aeroplanes when they come. Yes, I am not here to give you suggestions. Suggestions are like fairy tales. Everybody can say that. I am here to show you a possible solution. And if it is not possible, that's fine. But at least I have the happiness of coming and telling you that there is a solution. One solution, very simple solution. Move the Katunayaka Air Force Base to Mattala. Please think about it. I am not talking, I'm not whistling Dixie here. I also know something of aviation. The Air Force is so very important to the country. The pilots are there, the whole Air Force is there. Then we have an international airport that today had about 1 or 2 aeroplanes for the last 10 years. Now what kind of international airport is that? Now that is bad enough. Then you have another international airport called Colombo International Airport, Ratmalana. I'm sure there are people here who are working in Ratmalana. How many aeroplanes came to Ratmalana, international aeroplanes? In any case, it can't take a lot of planes because it has only a 1,400 meter runway. So we are really looking at something that is not possible to have an international airport in Ratmalana when it does not have enough runway length. Never mind all that, it does not have even a landing aid. Now, if you think I'm talking absolute nonsense, please give me the benefit of the doubt for the moment and go and speak to somebody from Ratmalana Airport and ask him whether he has one landing aid, not 2. And what is the length of his runway? 1,400 meters. Not even a 737 can land on it. So that is a problem. So, if the Air Force takes a whole of Mattala, that cost of maintaining Mattala goes to the Air Force. They can use it. There's a lot of space all over in that area. And whilst they use it, any commercial jet can come there. There's no problem. Bangkok had Don Muang with Air Force aeroplanes landing and civilian planes landing. There are so many places in the world that can do this. So that is another big advantage. Now supposing the Air Force moves to Mattala, that whole northern side of the airport is free. It's a huge area. All you got to do is have the vision to do that, have a small terminal on north of the runway and make the entrance from Katunayaka to that. That way, half the passengers who come will leave from that side. And if you have a little bit more sense to think about, make a 2,500 meter runway on that side, a small runway. Now when you say 2,500 is small, you might think, okay, how can these big aeroplanes come? I think this lady and the gentleman are originally from the UK, right? You know Newcastle. There's an airport there which has a 2,300 meter runway. So I'm only talking of 2,500. Newcastle is 2,300. And Emirates flies every day with a 777 to that 2,300 meter runway. So they can do that in Sri Lanka also. So please ladies and gentlemen who have some kind of a vote or some kind of a clout in the thinking business of aviation, this same story I said to a similar audience 2 years ago, and at that time the Minister of Aviation was seated right in this seat, right in front. And I told, please think about this. This is what you need to do. Not to have an empty airport in Ratmalana and another empty airport in Mattala and call ourselves great aviators. We are not. There's no applause in this story. There's sadness. Sadness because I've seen in more than half a century of time, I've watched this whole drama coming to stage, leaving the stage when the curtains are down, and leaving worse than when they came. That is why we are in debt. That is why we are losing. We have the vision. For God's sake, let that vision work. That way we can do it. And that cannot be done by having separate entities controlling aviation, not talking to each other and seeing what is commonly best for the country. I am only speaking on behalf of aviation and my country. That is what I am saying. All this time we had a beautiful policy in Sri Lanka in aviation. Unfortunately, that is what we followed. You know what the policy was? Answer is no. What is your question? Don't laugh. And please don't applaud me. I didn't say things to be applauded. I just wanted to tell you the truth. We need to have the vision and the power to chase that vision. And we have the people. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I have absolutely no doubt about it. If Singapore can bring 15 million tourists to see Santos Island and Orchard Road, we should be able to at least bring 15 million to see this beautiful country. And wasn't this country the one that is voted today as the most beautiful island? We have that all free. We have an entire infrastructure. Only problem is we are not peddling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Elmo Jayawardena, for that outstanding visions that you shared with us. Without our sponsors, we cannot make this vision a success. For our platinum sponsor, we have Ceylon Aeronautical Services. Please enjoy this video of our platinum sponsor. Thank you. Thank you, Platinum sponsor, for holding hands with us. I now invite Mr. Andy Smith for the keynote speech, who held in hands with us all the way from the US. Mr. Smith is the president and CEO of Halldale Group, a global leader in aviation, training, publishing, and events. Headquartered in USA and UK, Halldale Group is renowned for its aviation training and simulation media, including journals such as Military Simulations and Training and Civil Aviation Training, and for organizing major aviation trainings conferences across Europe, Asia Pacific, and the USA. Mr. Smith, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. And thank you for such a wonderful welcome. I know it was a welcoming everybody, but we thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was a pleasure to understand a little more of your culture. This is our first visit to Sri Lanka. However, it's one more time than we've been to Newcastle, I'm afraid. That's almost a different country. They even speak almost a different language. But it's a pleasure to be here, and we've had a fantastic couple of days. We traveled in from Yala yesterday via the Bentota River, so my apologies for turning up looking like a beach route this morning. The sun was slightly stronger than I expected it to be. Thank you, Dev, for the invitation to speak and for the invitation to Sri Lanka. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and congratulations on your first event. The first of many, I hope, and I know how important these things can be. Having listened to the chairman's vision and also to Captain Elmo's views, I wish I was speaking tomorrow morning, because I would be redoing my presentation almost entirely. It is an amazing vision and challenging. 100% growth in a few years is not to be ignored. Looking at Aviation Voice, we're in the same game. We publish magazines, we organize events. And I'm truly impressed with the size of audience that Dev and his team have managed to put together over the years. It's amazingly difficult to generate those numbers and that attention. So I think the future is brilliant from Sri Lanka's aviation point of view, and we will be working with Dev in the future to try and bring more people, more attention to the events here. So, as our introductory speech said, my name is Andy Smith. Our company is focused on safety critical training. So what we're looking to do is to help end users understand the best ways to train, the most modern technologies, and also the most modern concepts in training. And the ultimate aim, of course, is to help improve safety in the airline industry, but also in defense, maritime, and other high-value operations. So just a little bit of background on how Dev and I first met. He was speaking at our conference in the US, our WATS conference in Orlando in 2012. He had a horrible journey. I think it took 3 or 4 days. His luggage didn't turn up when he did, and he walked in the night before he was due to speak to 700 training experts on the following morning. To say he wasn't very relaxed was probably pretty accurate. But he pulled it off with tremendous assurance, and that shared experience brought us together. It's a personal friendship as well as a business one, and we look forward to deepening it and increasing the collaboration over the coming years. So my involvement in simulation and training began about 40 years ago. Initially, the focus was the defense sector, but after about 6 years of working in that space, some clients of ours and some major airlines from the US and Europe came to us to ask if we would produce a new magazine, Civil Aviation Training, to talk about the use of simulation instead of the aircraft for training purposes. At that point, we were only talking about pilot training, and it was quite a hard sell. There was quite a lot of resistance. In fact, the key phrase at the time was, if you think training is expensive, wait until you pay for an accident. And I think we need to bear that in mind, given the fantastic growth rates that we see across the world today. The purpose of the magazine was to tell the story to the world aviation community, and we've thoroughly enjoyed the whole process of doing that over the last 40 years. In 1998, we launched our events series, starting in London with WATS, the World Airline Training Show, and then gradually building events in Asia, APATS, and Europe, EATS. Initially, the focus of simulation was just for pilot training and checking, and only at the major airlines. By 1999, even the US had got on the bandwagon fully and introduced simulation training to their smaller airlines, their regionals. In the same year, we introduced our first maintenance training track, and we have since gone on to build cabin crew and ab initio training tracks as well. So over the last 40 years, the rate of change in our industry, not just in the airline space, but also in the simulation technology space, has been massive. Simulation technology originally could only be afforded by the military. Today it is used by just about every industry in the world as a way to safely train future generations of employees. And I'm very, very fortunate to have spent 40 plus years working with people like Captain Elmo and the training community, an extremely professional and proficient group. As I said, when we began publishing, simulation was really the reserve of the military. And even then, really only pilots and some of the army. I first came across companies using simulation in Sweden, a small country, very high tech, with a fairly aggressive neighbor on the border and a desire to remain neutral. They therefore had some issues to deal with. Their farmers were not very impressed with people driving tanks across their fields and shooting weaponry. It was upsetting the cattle and so forth. So the only solution for them, especially as they couldn't afford the wear and tear on their equipment or the fuel, etc., was to simulate the whole process. So we still work in the defense space, and it gives us a clear view of what we would call the bleeding edge of simulation, if you will. The work being done in the military today is really applicable to where the airline industry will be going in the very near future, and is actually starting to go now. The work done in the US military on adaptive learning, using AI to create individualized training, has been shown by the US Air Force, the Navy, and Embry-Riddle to produce far more effective training at lower cost and far more rapidly than ever before. The beauty of this from a country like Sri Lanka's point of view, or this region, is that you can leapfrog straight to the ideal solution. And I think there's tremendous advantage to be had there if you can do that. Even the US military looked outside for some of its equipment and ideas, in particular to the commercial gaming industry. Companies like Unity and Epic Games have created incredibly realistic visual systems, and the gamification of learning is an increasingly important way in which people, younger students in particular, are grasping a topic and developing real expertise in it. So that these technologies are being dispersed across all industries, and it will be a major plus for governments the world round as they look to increasingly look at workforce development. We will have to retrain and train people on a continuous basis if we're to keep the workforce in place and productive for the future. So AI's impact will be enormous. The same can be said for XR technologies, virtual, augmented and mixed reality systems, which allow us to do training in a very different and lower cost way than before, and frankly for the younger generations in a way that fits their training and thought patterns. You can do so much with this technology from home or from a hotel if you're flying, and be fully ready by the time you reach a training center to use the expensive equipment to the maximum effect. And we've only just begun the AI journey, with ChatGPT 5 just launched, and pervasive AI soon to be with us, the whole process is going to be tremendously exciting and loaded with potential for everybody in the training space. And it's just in time. As Captain mentioned, the growth rates in this part of the world in particular are phenomenal. You might say scary when you look at a fleet size of 1,000 aircraft with Indigo, for example. That is massive expansion, and it has to be done safely. If we do not accomplish that, we will slow the industry down, and we will slow the growth of the economy down. So during COVID, as you know, many young people left our industry. Many young pilots decided there was a better route for them, which was our great loss. And we also lost hundreds of thousands of experienced personnel who took early retirement. This last 6 months or 9 months has been a little bit slower in development, and it's probably a very good thing because the pace was too quick. But we will be back into full pre-COVID retirement numbers next year. And I think therefore 2026 is going to be another year at which the training load will increase tremendously, and the speed of development is going to be, again, breakneck. So the global need for smarter training solutions and continually improving airline safety is certainly with us. Unfortunately, we're making great progress not just in technology, but also in techniques. The multi-crew pilot license and CBTA, sorry, I've lost my train of thought, competency-based training and assessment are two areas of thought that have really advanced very, very quickly and are being promoted very heavily by both Boeing and Airbus and also the regulators. Asia, and especially the subcontinent, the Indian Ocean region, will be a key area of focus as fleet growth across the region accelerates and huge numbers of aircraft join the airlines. More training centers for all work groups, but especially pilots, maintainers, where there is an even greater shortage, and cabin crew, plus controllers, airport staff, etc., are needed and are being commissioned across the region. Hopefully that's a great opportunity for Sri Lanka as you develop your tourism plan and airline plan in the future. I think what DEV has done with this event is really critical. I know that events can be a great spur to investment in training centers. Our own events have been a catalyst for such development. I think in Orlando I'd be stretching the truth if I said we were the reason that it happened, but there's been tremendous development in training in that area. Avenger Flight Group, CAE, SimCom, Flight Safety, JetBlue University, Allegiant, and others have all established training centers around the Orlando Airport region. More importantly, I think, and a good perhaps example for Sri Lanka, has been the development of our European event, EATS. We were invited by the community of Cascais, which is a small resort town on the outskirts of Lisbon, Portugal, to bring the event to their convention center. I had no clue Cascais even existed, frankly, until they approached us. But they had a small regional airport which was being used for business aviation, and they had a couple of ab initio schools already based in the city. And the mayor's vision was to convert that airport into a much busier hub, because Lisbon, which is only 20 minutes away, is pretty much overwhelmed. And they asked us to bring the event there. We will now have done our third event this November, and it has been fantastic to watch the development. The national carrier TAP has now relocated its full flight simulators to Cascais Airport. The airline ab initio schools have really increased their activity in companies like Seven Air, who were previously unknown and now very well known worldwide. And they are also building a new aviation university. I learned only last night that new courses have been put in place for maintainers and for young people to join as cabin crew. So that has been a fantastic project, if you like, for us to be involved in. And I'm sure the same thing can happen here with the goodwill that you're showing and, of course, investment. Thank you very much, again for the invitation to join you today. I look forward to future events, and hopefully next year I will be talking in the second day of the event, as I'm sure there's plenty of things to talk about. Very best wishes for the future of growth in Sri Lanka, both in aviation and generally. And I don't know whether my coordinates are up there. That's a start. But if anybody would like to know where I am, Dev always knows where to find me, and we will work very closely with him to try and bring more people to the event in future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for powering us event and sharing your thoughts with us. We are now about to take a short tea break, sponsored by our silver sponsor, Travel More. We'll be right back after this short break. Thank you.
Test one, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to see your face, very familiar face. For last 22 years, I worked with you, and we had a very good collaboration for the operations and everything. As Civil Aviation Authority, I'm representing Civil Aviation Authority, but not today. Today we are going to be witnesses of this aviation forum, Sri Lanka Aviation Forum 2025. First time in the history organized by the premium aviation media platform, Aviation Voice, the only aviation media platform for Sri Lanka. So now today we have lined up 4 panel discussions, and I'm going to moderate 3 panel discussions. In the first panel discussion, we are going to talk about the global aviation landscape and Sri Lanka's strategic position. You can remember in the morning, our tourist board chairman, my friend Buddhika Hewasam, he told that we are going to reach to these 3 million tourists by the end of this year. Hopefully, we'll be able to go for that. And also, I can remember Captain Elmo, the legend, told that always aviation industry in Sri Lanka. The answer is no. What is your question? That's very true. Actually, I also have to agree with that. But anyway, we have to change it. By this type of forum, this type of live discussions, we'll be able to change it. And we'll try our best. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let me introduce our panel today. We have invited very popular industry colleagues to discuss this, the global aviation landscape and Sri Lanka's strategic position, which is a very important topic. So first, let me introduce, with your big round of applause, the Director General of Civil Aviation and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Rehan Wanyappa. And next, again, one of the key personnel in the aviation industry, and very young personnel. He is none but Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Airport and Aviation Services Sri Lanka Limited, Dr. Sumit De Silva. You're welcome, sir. And next, again, young and energetic. He paid me for this. Okay, he's Head of Commercial, Sri Lankan Airlines, and very good friend of us and very familiar face, Mr. Dimuthu Tennakong. Okay. Next, our final panelist, President, Ceylon Aeronautical Services, very good entrepreneur. And let me introduce this gentleman. He's Sampath Ranavira from Ceylon Aeronautical Services.
Thank you.
This one.
This one. Yes.
All right.
Come here.
Now, as I said, this is going to be a very, very important panel discussion to discuss the trends, the developments of aviation industry in Sri Lanka currently, especially after the pandemic. Now, you know, before the pandemic, we always experienced a growth, very linear growth, but unfortunately with this Easter Sunday attack 2019, and after that 2022, we experienced the COVID pandemic. So anyway, after that, now we are reaching again back to the pre-COVID situation. In this level, now not only to the pre-COVID situation, but we hope at the end of this year, we'll be able to surpass the pre-COVID levels by 2018 levels. So now today, we'll explore how Sri Lanka can leverage its unique strategic position as a natural gateway to South Asia and Indian Ocean region. Now today with these key personnel, professionals, I'm going to talk about this topic. So, first, I would like to turn to our DG regulator, because he is the top person in the aviation industry in Sri Lanka, who's making the background for everything, for operations and all. Others are operating, but we have to, as the captain said, we are the custodian. They are the custodian, not me, the DG. So now the Sri Lanka aviation sector operates in a very increasingly competitive and global environment where the regulatory excellence is very important. And also, forward-thinking initiatives are very crucial. Within this forum, in the morning, few professionals, they mentioned that young generation is very important. So, Mr. DG, this is my first question for you. How is CSL implementing the next generation aviation professionals, or are they NGAP initiatives to position Sri Lanka competitively in the global aviation landscape? So this is yeah, always now technical issues are there. This is normal.
No.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Done. Yeah. Okay. Right. So after some time, I'm feeling very nervous looking at all of you. Usually, I don't feel nervous, and I see Captain Elmo also there, so I'm feeling a bit nervous. I'm just joking. Right. Okay. It's first of all, I like to thank Dave for organizing this forum to bring all of us together. I was fortunate to attend 2 very important global forums recently. One was the High-Level Civil Aviation Week in Singapore, which brought all the regulators together, training providers together, and all that. It was wonderful. And then also the DGCS conference that was held in Sendai in Japan. So I saw how the other states are moving forward and what we need to do. So there is prediction by the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. What they say is that by the year 2050, the passenger numbers will triple. The current passenger numbers handled globally, it's only 4.6 billion people. By 2050, it will be 12.4 billion, 3 times. Okay, so 3 times passengers means 3 times infrastructure, 3 times people, professionals. So there's a huge opportunity. 3 times. The 3 main topics going into the next 25 years is safety, security, and sustainability. Safety, security, sustainability, right? So all these 3 are important to ensure that by 2050 we don't have the bold goal of the International Civil Aviation Organization is not to have any fatalities through aircraft operation or through unlawful interference, that is in aviation security. So how do we leverage this opportunity? I think Sri Lanka is perfectly placed. It's only up to us to move forward, think big and think forward. We have to have a clear plan as to how we go forward to leverage this opportunity. One of the things Sri Lanka is fortunate, looking at the Asia-Pacific region, is that we speak English. We are good in our English. Majority of us can manage English. In the Asia-Pacific region with 41 states, actually 39 states and 2 special administrative regions, most of the states don't speak good English. So we are starting off with a very, very good starting point. Okay, so but how do we leverage? So it's predicted in the next 25 years, the internationally you will need, according to the ICAO predictions, the International Civil Aviation Organization, actually the regional directors' predictions, you will need about 500,000 pilots into the workforce, about 600,000 engineers, aircraft technicians, engineers, etc., and about 1 million cabin crew, apart from the other ground crew and all that, right, ground staff. So I think it's a very good place to start off, and a forum like this is great to think about the future. In the audience, we have students, people who are running training organizations, operators. So there is opportunity. I think as a CA, our plan is to leverage this opportunity. So if you have 500,000 or 600,000 engineers required in the region, globally, 600,000 engineers required from the world, about half of that will be from the Asia Pacific region, right? So how do we get that? This is an opportunity this panel is an opportunity for us to think about how we leverage that and get a portion to our country. So in these two main conferences that I attended, one of the main things they spoke about is how do we have a future-ready workforce? How do we make our personnel or the new entrants future-ready? And at every forum, even the International Civil Aviation Organization Secretary General, what he said was, there is a shortage of good talent. Shortage of good talent. Skill, willing, and able talent is missing. So again, there is opportunity. From the CS point of view, what we are doing, we run a lot of programs under the NGAP umbrella. From 2008 onwards, we have started to engage the youth. That is 2008. Even the International Civil Aviation Organization, they started their NGAP program in 2009. So from that day onwards, we've had a lot of engagement with school children, professionals like you, people who are studying in aviation colleges. We have something called the Guan Sarisara, the magazine. Sorry, Guan Sara is the magazine, Guan Sarisara television program. Then we have run something called the Guan Sihine, where we bring kids to tell them about the aviation industry. Then we have school programs. We engage the youth about probable opportunities in the aviation industry. So if you are to actually leverage this, we need to shift our mindset. We must think global rather than thinking local. Thinking inwards, we need to look outwards. Interestingly, I had this interesting dialogue with the permanent secretary of transport in Singapore. So he told me some very important message, which we all need to remember. He said, I asked, why are you doing all these things? Why are you doing all these conferences? It's a simple question I asked. Why are you doing all these conferences? Why are you helping other states? Now Singapore is helping other states. Why are you doing all this? First thing he said, we want to make Singapore relevant. Relevant in the industry. Relevant internationally. We are a small country. When you're a small country, there's always the tendency to look inwards. We are small. Singapore is a small country. It's natural to look inwards, but we are thinking outwards. You're a small country, he told it to me. From Sri Lanka, it's a small country. He didn't tell me that we should think outwards, but what I thought was Sri Lanka also needs to think outwards. Think beyond our shores. How can we be competitive? So the message to all of you is that we need to be competitive, whatever we do. Even in our NGAP programs, what I have felt is that we have to be more focused to have conversions from the awareness programs we run, to convert people to join the industry. Not only in Sri Lanka, but overseas. Even if they go overseas and employ themselves, there'll be foreign currency coming to Sri Lanka, and then their livelihoods will be better. So that's what we are looking at the moment. For the time being, I think that's sufficient.
Yeah, thank you, DG. And before I'm going to the next question to you, Doctor, I must say that after the first round, I'll give you a chance for 2 questions, actually, because we have not that much of time. For the audience, I'll give you 2 questions. You can ask from the panel that question. Okay. Now, DG, you said infrastructure development and also personnel development is very important for the aviation development in the region. As Sri Lanka, we also have to contribute, and we also have to keep these in mind. Now, recently, Dr. Sumit, if you have followed this news, international media, Dubai airport, they introduced AI-powered automated border control system. So in this system, they can check 10 personnel, 10 people at once, and they have reduced the check-in time to 6 seconds. Earlier, it was actually an automated border control system, and it was the time taken for one passenger was 10 to 15 seconds. But now they further reduce that to 6 by introducing AI-powered this thing. And also, now, as I said, Middle East and Southeast Asia have established themselves as formidable aviation hubs. In Dubai and other regions, they have formed an aviation hub. While rapid digital transformation like AI introduction and also biometrics and also smart airports, which is we are talking always, is reshaping the industry now. Now it is time to go for that. So, Doctor, now this is my question for you. That how is Airport and Aviation Services Sri Lanka Limited positioning our airports to compete with established hubs, like I said, while embracing digital transformation? Now this is very important, digital transformation. And another question I have, that is, in your view, what are the main factors that shape how international airport in Sri Lanka compete?
Yes, good morning everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. And then thank you, Devan, for organizing this wonderful conference with our all-known colleagues. And as our DG said, I will take what he said and quote the triple growth of the projection for 2050. And then as per IATA, it says, 2037, we are going to double. That is the earliest target that we could think of. 2037, 8.2 billion passengers globally. And so we, as the airport operator, we have 5 products to play with. I believe we have 5 main products as airports, and how we do it. So one product is getting attracted heavily by people and the airlines. That is BIA. So at the moment, the issue that we are having is the congestion. And people, the airline, they're asking flight, they want to bring narrow body to wide body and have more frequencies to Colombo. And then how can we accommodate? That is one factor that we are struggling. On the other hand, we have an empty airport in Matale. There is one thing that we have to find a solution. Even today in the afternoon, 1:30, we are having a very critical decision and a meeting with the Honorable Minister. And so what do we do with this airport? That is one thing. And then third, Jaffna International Airport, of course, it is doing really well. It is making profits. And then we are having only 2 flights with Indigo and connecting 2 destinations, daily flights. So it is doing well, and also government and our company is spending 2 projects mainly to increase and enhance the terminal facilities. Now is more than 1.5 billion rupees that we are planning to spend on 2 major projects to enhance the terminal capacities in Jaffna. That is to facilitate the current demand, and we believe maybe another 1 or 2 flights, maybe maximum with the current potential in that region. That is one product. And we have Ratmalan as, while we respect and agree with what Captain Elmo mentioned in the morning. Ratmalana, what we can do with Ratmalana is also, we are preparing some business plans for these 5 airports, regional airports mainly. And the particular one, we have not discussed that much in our forums, how to run it. But there was actually, foreign company came and talked to DG and us as well, to different business model that we will look into that for the future. But basically, we have 4 airports. And I would say, Mr. Ishara, basically you asked the question like compete. So when we compete as a destination, any airports or a country, because we have to compete with established hubs. I believe we can't compete with the technological infrastructure with Dubai or Changi. First, we have to understand and address our first main pain point, that is infrastructure. For example, in the world as a norm that we look at the market development, what is happening in the market, and then the service levels that we are having, and then the infrastructure. The 4th one, I would say the traffic growth, and then managerial excellence of our company, how do we manage our airport, and then finally the safety and hygiene. If I relook at these 6 areas I mentioned here, for example, market potential, if you look at our market, we are growing at a rate of 13% of the passenger numbers year to year, which is very good. And then aircraft movement, 16% compared to last year in the first 6 months. And that is a significant good number. And then we are looking at around 10.10 million passengers this year. At our airport last year, we had 8.8 million. That is a good potential, and GDP is really critical factor for us, that we're looking at 4.5 GDP growth this year by the end. And then the infrastructure. So let's say service excellence, again, we are at the third star airport category. If you look at Skytrax, we are the 3rd star, VIA. And we did a research also, we also found the same. Passenger satisfaction.
3rd star.
We admit that fact.
3rd star.
3rd star.
Okay.
We admit the fact that, that is 3rd star because that is affected by a lot of factors. We present at the National Air Transport Facilitation Committee meeting held last year, and we presented that research finding as well, why we are at 3rd star, what factors have been affected for that. And the 3rd factor where we are losing, infrastructure. I'll come back to that. Traffic growth I talked about earlier, and then managerial excellence. That is our company as a government-owned company to run the airports. We have made profit also. It's our responsibility also to make this organization profitable and not to be a burden for the government treasury. And we made last year 21 billion net profit after tax. And safety, we have good safety records. And out of these 6 factors I mentioned, I think we are quite okay with 5 factors. One factor is the main one, that is competitive factor, infrastructure, where we are lagging. You talk about digital factors as well. So infrastructure at the moment, nobody is unaware that we have the capacity restriction. 6 million capacity to handle, but we are handling more than that. And recently we are having around a lot of, I don't quote the number now, there are a lot of demand from the airlines to increase the slots. And then new carriers are going to commence operations, recommence operations like Kuwait Airways, for example. And so how can we accommodate? Even yesterday we had a very critical meeting with Sri Lankan Airlines as a ground handler. So Deepal is also there in the audience. And so there was a critical decision we took at the top level to have a temporary arrangement within 2 months' time to accommodate this demand. That is one end, that to accommodate 2 flights a time to arrest the situation of the increase in demand in the winter schedule. Yes, if you come back to the AI and technology, we are working on with a separate team now on this particular initiative. So before we transfer to AI, there are a lot of things that we have to think of. For example, it's a good thing that we can see 4 e-gates are going to be open next month.
Yes.
That's with immigration, with IOM, and we have given our maximum support from the chairman to the board level to the management level. We have given our maximum support. Yes. We have already established 4 e-gates now. There'll be a test run very soon, and then by next month there'll be that will be fully operational. That is a good sign for the country. And also, if you look at the Sri Lankan Airlines, they had established kiosks. So we have at the moment 8 kiosks and 3 baggage drops. And they'll be increased by the end to 20 numbers. That is good. And out of 20 Sri Lankan Airline passengers, 20% of the passengers are using self-check-in facility. These are good numbers. And we have doubled the internet capacity at the airport right now. Wi-Fi capacity, we doubled last month. And we are going to have more facilities for the passengers in that case. And as a company, we are working on this, application of AI for maybe to car park, maybe, even now we are using it, AI-enabled car parking or access control, things like that. But what I suggest basically, Mr. Ishara, as a destination, yes, we have to embrace technology, but key differentiation. What is our differentiation? Why people come to Sri Lanka? If you look at our numbers, tourism numbers, 46% of total arrivals are from tourists, basically. This 46 number, that is a significant number. When we look at the past 10 years, it has increased by 10% further because the component is very high. So the key differentiation is our service. That is why we, together with Sri Lankan Airlines, we use our people. Rather than we compete with technology, sometimes, you have still a potential to make a difference with people factor. How can we make people different in our destination? That is why we launched the I-Born campaign with Sri Lankan Airlines. Even yesterday, we are now I mean, keeping our people together with Sri Lankan Airlines and then welcome each passenger giving a packet of tea with Sri Lanka tea boat. That's a project that we are working on. Even yesterday we had that for the European flights coming here and giving each passenger a cup, packet of tea as a welcome gesture and say, "Aibuan," you raise your hand and greet people. To the AIE, I think we have to think of endless opportunities are there. Challenging is a challenge, huge challenge for us, but we are thinking of application of this with the challenges.
Yeah, that's very correct. We know there are things you and me, we can't control them. So now we know this phase 2 is stuck, and also some other issues are there because of various reasons, economic and political, or maybe many other things. So anyway, as you said, we can't directly apply this technology. That is actually one part, but still we have another very rich culture, very rich hospitality in Sri Lanka within our hearts. So we can apply that and we can overcome all these challenges by using these things inside us, everyone, as Sri Lankan. So when we are talking about this hospitality, that is the key success point of Sri Lankan Airlines. So you are carrying this hospitality all around the world, and we know that you also have very challenging situation now, and also still you are competing well. Now, Mr. Ten Kong, the Asia Pacific region is emerging as a key aviation hub with air traffic recovering to, as I said, surpassing pre-COVID levels. While Sri Lankan Airlines plays a very key role in the aviation-driven tourism growth. So we know that about 45% of the shares, the passenger movements are done by Sri Lankan Airlines. Earlier it was about 55, but because of these increments of other airlines, foreign airlines, demand and everything, now they have come to 45%, but still they are doing a very good job in the aviation industry to contribute to this tourism. So this is my question. Now, how is Sri Lankan Airlines capitalizing on the Asia-Pacific region's emergence as a key aviation hub, and what role does the airline play in driving tourism growth and economic recovery? Now we are in the recovering phase.
Thanks, Jara. Before that, I must thank Dev. Dev, thank you very much for organizing this program, and like our DG mentioned, we are in the right business. It's going to be triple in another 25 years. So a lot of opportunities, but we haven't organized, we haven't done any of this type of forum, and thank you for taking this initiative and putting like a stepping stone for growing this market and getting into this. Coming back to your question, Shara, yes, Asia Pacific is, I must say Asia Pacific is not just a growing tourism market, that is a heartbeat of the global aviation. Having India and China, half of the population, global population in Asia Pacific, and even the travel in these two countries along will have a major contribution to the global traffic movement. So, and pre-COVID, of course, during Chinese New Year time, that was the largest movement of passenger movement globally. So many people are traveling. So it's the same way India, and we have a fantastic opportunity to stay very close to India. And not only India and China, I'm sure all of you are aware that right now, I think, if you compare pre-COVID level, the tourist arrivals and the passenger movements, in Asia Pacific, most of the countries surpass, including Sri Lanka, surpass the pre-COVID level. Malaysia, South Korea, Japan, of course Sri Lanka is there, Maldives, Vietnam,
maybe
surpass.
Thailand.
Sorry?
Thailand.
Thailand is also there,
Yeah.
yes. So surpass pre-COVID level. So that means this is the future. Asia Pacific is the future. So we of course, we have capitalized on that as a national carrier of Sri Lanka. We are the largest operator to India from Sri Lanka. We operate more than 90 flights a week, and at the same time, we are operating most of the places, most of the main countries in APAC. Singapore, most of the places Sri Lankan Airlines operating more than double daily flights. Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and of course limited operation to but South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nepal, Maldives, all the places. So our contribution to the economy is huge. As you know that pre-COVID, when we had the largest tourist arrivals, that's 2.3 million tourists, we carried more than 50%, like you said, yes, more than 50% tourists into the country. And we, at that time, the largest tourist arrivals is from India. And we operated 125 flights a week. Number 2, China, we operated 15 flights. Number 3, UK, and we were the only direct carrier. The same way, list will go, continue. The same way right now. We operate to India. We capitalize on this market growth of Asia Pacific, China, all the other places. So, and our contribution to the industry, the Sri Lankan economy is previously it's about 50% now. When we had about 4.2 billion contribution to the national economy, $4.2 billion, 50% from Sri Lanka. Right now, last year, I think it was 3.7 billion contribution from the tourism. And we contributed last about 45% of that. So national carrier, as a national carrier, we have our plans and even to expand our operation to Asia Pacific in the future. But right now with the existing operation, the numbers are good, contribution is good to the national economy, and we also have a very good ambitious plan, I must say, for next couple of years. It's going to be 5 million in 2030 that we have plans. Like Captain Elmo said, it's not only just a plan, we have to be ready. As a national carrier, we have an ambitious plan to increase our fleet and get to face this growing numbers, and also the places that we are planning to operate mostly from Asia Pacific in our long-term plan. That will definitely contribute. And always Sri Lankan tourism numbers are in line with Sri Lankan Airlines operation. Like I mentioned, our main countries, main operations, the largest operation will contribute into Sri Lankan tourism. And we have our own managers in all the places. Right now we operate to 33 destinations. Our own metal goes to 33 places. And their number one objective is to promote the destination. More than 65% contribution is point to point. So we have ambassadors in all over the places. Sri Lankan, we consider Sri Lankan managers as a brand ambassador to Sri Lanka, and they promote, their target is that, and they have done an excellent job. I'm sure you have seen all the previous campaigns. Recently we did Ramayana campaign, and it attracted massive number of tourists into Sri Lanka. In our small level, we promote the destination, and of course we can't forget our people. So like I mentioned, we have 33 managers. On top of that, all Sri Lanka, these 50% people who are coming into Sri Lanka with Sri Lankan Airlines, their holiday starts from the time they walk into our aircraft. With the warmth of Sri Lankan cabin crew, Sri Lankan staff, and aroma of Sri Lankan cuisine, Sri Lankan food, everyone love to come on Sri Lankan for a holiday in Sri Lanka. Their holiday starts from there. So our contribution to the economy is, I would say, tourism, it should be 50%, even though the number is so far, the passenger seat percentage is 45%. Tourism number with a 60% point to point, it's about 50% from Sri Lanka.
All right. Thank you. That's very correct, actually. When we are talking about tourism, tourist arrivals, the first touch point is the airline. When they are reaching to Colombo, or reaching to Sri Lanka, or reaching to a destination, most probably they use aviation aircraft airlines. So if we can give a top-level service to them, their first impression become very beautiful, very attractive. So definitely, they will start their journey from the aircraft seat. That's it. So Sri Lankan Airlines, you have a very good opportunity, that hospitality and everything. So you are using it. And next, I would like to turn to a different side. This is like now Sri Lanka is a touristic destination, of course, yes. And also we have some other cultural values as well. But in the meantime, as DG said, we need to go for this high-tech, new technology, and new industry parts and all. So the next speaker, Mr. Sampath Ranavira, the president of Ceylon Aeronautical Services. He is a new entrepreneur, and he's introduced MRO for Sri Lanka. Very successful operation. So the MRO services have become very increasingly critical as airlines focus on safety, efficiency, and also economic growth, with significant potential for the regional development. Now in the region there are a lot of MROs, but this MRO operation is very new to us for Sri Lanka. Now it is emerging. So Mr. Sampath, this is my question for you. Now, considering Sri Lanka's strategic location, economically, geopolitically, the strategic location, and the growth of the global MRO market, what are the key opportunities and challenges for Sri Lanka to establish itself as a competitive MRO hub in the Asia-Pacific region, not in the Indian sub-region? I'm asking about Asia-Pacific region.
Thank you, Shara. Good afternoon, all. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to speak in this important aviation forum. And I truly believe this is a long overdue event for Sri Lanka. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Aviation Voice, especially Mr. Deva and his brilliant team for initiating and organizing this valuable forum. And Shara, let me introduce myself a little bit and where I came from. And my name is Sampath Ranavira, and I serve as the president of Ceylon Aeronautical Services Private Limited, the only privately owned MRO in Sri Lanka. But let me be clear, I'm just the face of the company. And so behind CAs stands a dedicated and passionate team working across multiple verticals to keep the wheels of aviation turning. So our core focus is heavy maintenance and structural support for general aviation, specialized with twin orders and caravans. And we also operate line maintenance facility at Bandaranaike International Airport to supporting commercial operations. In addition, we work with the Sri Lankan Air Force, providing a product support and the technical support for Bell helicopters. And at the same time, we do some structural training support for Air Force personnel as well. It is a national interest project. So we started our journey in 2012, and we have grown steadily, driven by our commitment to meeting the regional MROs, general MROs requirement. So yes, Ishara, strategically, Sri Lanka is one of the best positions to serve the global aviation market. But when we talk about developing our aviation industry or attracting more aviation-related investments, we must first ask the fundamental questions. Why Sri Lanka? So I raised that question because the question was raised by many platforms, from many operators and many customers when I traveled from our business development missions. So as someone who has been running an aviation business here for more than a decade, I can offer the part of the answer. So I can say why Sri Lanka, I can say the quality of work we deliver and the combined with the highly competitive labor rate. So, but that is only the half of the story or the half of the answer. The other half must come from government agencies and policymakers. So at present, our national value chain is not fully geared or fully favorable for aviation growth. So this is my opinion, and this is what I believe. So let me share a few insights from my own observations. So about 30 years ago, so many aviation MRO companies set up operations in Singapore. And at the time, labor was affordable and the environment was aviation friendly. So that ecosystem still exists in Singapore. It's brilliant. That aviation ecosystem in Singapore, unremarkable. So I'm sure you witnessed that, DJ, as well. So, but the labor cost is goes up to $120, $100 per man hour. So maybe a little more than that now in Singapore. So as a result, many companies, many MRO companies and the bigger projects, they shifted to Vietnam, the Philippines and Malaysia, where labor cost is between $45 to $55 per hour. So I'm talking about the bigger MRO projects. So Ishara, now here's the key point. The Sri Lanka can still offer a labor around $40 per hour. So while maintaining the high quality standards of work. So this is a powerful advantage, but unfortunately we fail to highlight or capitalize on it. So to put this in a perspective, let's say if Sri Lanka could target just 1% of the GDP, the aviation sector, the 1% of the GDP contribution from the MRO sector, so that would equal nearly 1 billion USD in revenue. So the global MRO market is valued at around 100 billion USD. It's a big number. So according to the ICAO, about 30% is come from the Asia Pacific region, so the APAC region. So that means if Sri Lanka can capture 3% of APAC MRO market, so we could reach that 1% GDP target. So currently, however, Sri Lanka the private sector contribution to MRO contribution to the GDP is less than 0.03. So to change this, my opinion, and I truly believe that we have to have a 10-year MRO blueprint to the country, or the roadmap that focuses on all verticals, and we should carefully study how our neighboring country does that, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So the country like Malaysia, they have successfully implemented MRO blueprint 10 years ago, and now they're getting a lot of advantages because of that. They're working on that, stick with that blueprint. So, but as DG said, fortunately, Sri Lanka is surrounded by rapidly growing aviation market. So we don't need to compete with Singapore, Middle East giants. Instead, we must develop our own strategy to develop that. For example, narrow body MRO, or paint shop for the narrow bodies, or building a service support network for ferry flights, the maintenance support including, and establishing a part distribution centers, and developing a components and parts manufacturing businesses, and supporting OEM demands through local partnerships. So, but for all of this to happen, an aviation ecosystem must be in place. So that is a very vital thing. So government agencies or policymakers and value chain stakeholders must come forward with a shared vision, and there must be authority with a real decision-making power, I would like to say, with the teeth, to drive policy and enforce standards. And only then we can confidently go out and say and promote Sri Lanka as an aviation-friendly destination. So then we have the proper answer for that question what I raised, why Sri Lanka? So at this moment as a nation, we are not yet ready to make that statement in the MRO sector. But with the right blueprint, right partnerships, and the right vision, I truly believe we can get there. I think you got the answer what you're expecting.
Correct, yes. We have very good potential, and also we can increase the contribution to the GDP. We can use MROs as part of these contributors. So while we are trying to get this contribution from other operations like passenger cargo and all, still the there's another part, the MRO part, we can use it for this contribution. Very correct.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And that's the end of the first round of these questions. We have another 4 questions to ask. But before that, I would like to turn to your side. You have opportunity. Actually, I can give you only 2 opportunities from your side. You can ask 2 questions from any of these panelists. You can point a panelist and ask, or otherwise you can draw it openly. It's your opportunity. It's your chance. Our guys will bring the mic to you. Yeah. Yes.
Nobody has.
What about other colleagues? If you can give him a mic. Staff around. Can you come quickly?
There's a question at the back.
There, at the back.
Good afternoon, gents. This question is for Dr. Sumit, where airport and aviation is concerned. Thank you for elaborating, Doctor, about the traffic movement towards the betterment of our check-in and moving forward. The question is, how do we tactically handle the operation where the immigration is concerned? Because we see a lot of immigration queues. How far we do the check-in process does not mean that the passengers will go. So that's the question to you.
Yeah, that is one of the main points that we also addressing right now. The management team, from the chairman to the board level to the management operation team. The strategy that we adopted actually, now if you look at our company now, how we have been working and how we work right now has changed. For example, there are people to admit my point here, where on my right side we have Mr. Dimuthu and then Mr. Deepa sitting on the floor, in the floor. And then, because we are very closely together, because one problem that we have identified, that is to how to arrest the congestion and how to make the passenger journey smooth. Who are the people engaged here? As you said, immigration is a critical factor and very pain point for us. And every time now we have taken them into our forums to discussions and then to identify those areas and then capitalize and address the issues. For example, recently we identified some peak hours because of the change of the traffic demand of the destination. And we identified those peak levels and we have determined our service levels together with the ground handler Sri Lankan Airlines and what should be the strategy to man all the counters, check-in counters and immigration counters. So immigration counters, the immigration department, they have some issues with respect to their staff numbers. So they are not in a position in some cases to accommodate all the counters. That is what we have identified. And we have no control over that, but we have made our suggestions to them to facilitate and then stress the point that we need your service to facilitate accommodating and all the counters at that particular peak hours, especially to arrest the situation. That is what we have done actually. It's good that also we are having the 4 number of e-gates coming up in the next month, basically around. That is what we have done actually. I think that is what we can tell. Even the panel, Mr. Dimuthu, maybe sharing something if you have. That is what we can tell. Actually, they are in the process of recruitment also. From our company, we have made it formal request to the immigration department to make recruitments and then make people available to us.
Yeah, that's very correct, Sumit. Dr. Sumit, now, as Captain Elmo said, it's not a single player game. We have to play this game collectively. And immigration, we know it is not nice to talk about them here because no representation. But anyway, they have a lot of issues. Yeah. They have staff issues and some other issues. So always the airport and aviation, they are trying to mitigate all these issues and give them support to get their support for the passenger operation. Even Sri Lankan Airlines as ground handler. So anyway, as Captain Elmo said, this is not a single player game. We have to play this game collectively with the collaboration of all these stakeholders. All right. Thank you very much for your question. That's a very good contribution for the forum. And what about, yes, Captain? Anybody to give the mic? It is better if one of the assistants dedicated for this. So we are running out of time.
Thank you very much for putting my hand up. Appreciate it. And Sumit, I have to address you because it's very important that we discuss openly and truthfully the problems we have and keep the cheering for a later date. I quote you, you said your after-tax profit was 20 billion. Am I right?
Yeah, 21 billion net profit last year. Yes.
Forget the one, right? So you made 20 billion profit with 4 international airports. Am I right?
Yeah.
So Katunayaka, Mattala, Ratmalana and Jaffna.
Yes.
And I definitely know that Jaffna is an operating field and Katunayaka is our major field. I'd like to know how much made out of Mattala and Ratmalana.
Yeah, very interesting question that, rather than we talk about what we have gained at Mattala, I can talk about loss that we have gained.
So that's what I want to know.
That is 3 billion roughly.
So you lost 3 billion in Mattala and how much did you lose in Ratmalana?
Ratmalana not in my mind actually, sorry for that.
No, it's okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. But you lost, that's the point. Because I don't think Ratmalana had, if you count the aeroplanes that came for the last year, I do not know how many, but you and I both know hardly any came. Same for Mattala. So the Mattala has been singing this song for the last 10 years and nothing has been done. So when you say your airport and aviation department, which is a very, very efficient system, I know, has made after-tax profit of 10 billion, 21 billion, you have lost another 4, you could have been 25 billion if somebody took a Kulugediya and went to Mattala and Ratmalana. You agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah. To answer and provide some further information about Mattala as well, now, Mattala was begun in 2013 and time there were political changes where you build a brand and you kill the brand as well at the same time. For example, 2013 to 2015, you attempted to bring some flights and there was an operation like Fly Dubai and then Arabia, those stuff. These flights came to Mattala and then all of a sudden another government came and then we forget about Mattala for 5 years and then you don't talk about Mattala and you can't build a brand like that, a destination. And again, another government came and tried to revitalize. And again, COVID came. That time, we had good attempts to bring down some charter operations and even we opened the country with Ukraine flights to come to Mattala after COVID. For example, it's the first time that we opened the country as a gateway after COVID. And then we attempted to bring down 12 plus airlines. I think they are in the audience here. We brought them to Mattala and to see the potential of operating from there. And they have a good signs. And even Wizz Air was planning to come to Mattala. All of a sudden, economic crisis came and then COVID came. Again, we had the challenge to face with. And again, we tried out some options like what do we do with Mattala? And then we identified where we can compete and utilize the resources. For example, we have identified 200 hectares there, identified earmark for different investments like MRO and other areas. So then again, we floated an EOI with the Cabinet Appointment Committee, and I was a member of that committee, and then there were 4 proposals actually. We actually wanted to get down some investments. For example, for the last, I would say 13 years, we have not been able to attract any single investment from Mattala. But that was the time that we had the opportunity to bring down some investors. Actually, we got 4 proposals. One proposal was actually beyond our scope. And then there was a proposal from another 2 countries as a joint venture. But actually, that was evaluated at that time. It was actually granted to them. But there were some conditions and where we had some agreements and disagreements. And at this time, that was the proposal to entire the airport to be taken but by the particular organization to compensate our 3 billion annual loss. That was a very good proposal for us as a country. because we can really forget about the loss and we can start generating profit and bringing down traffic. And again, there's a government change. And then again, still the decision is not there, but I will not reveal some areas, but I will talk about what we can do now. And with the board, we appointed a separate director, Mr. Primal, also here in the audience, and we are working as a team, and then we have come up with some business plan for this Jaffna, Mattala, and Ratmalana. Basically for Jaffna, we have a plan. Even today, I told we are having a meeting with the Honorable Minister, and that is to discuss about the way forward. Basically, we have identified several investment categories where some investors have already shown their interest, where we have not been able to accommodate them. So that is why we are really losing, and that is why we are looking at those identified 200 hectares, that is to bring to activation, bringing down sort of investment opportunities to Mattala. Second thing, to every charter flight that who are showing their interest to take them to Mattala. For example, now we had very good success story, Belarusian charter, that is Belavia. We took them to Mattala, and they have confirmed their flight operations, scheduled operations from October 27 onwards. They are going to operate to Mattala. That is a good sign actually, even though we have a lot of negative sides, we talk about, and then we are bringing down Belarusian connectivity to Mattala, and also at the same time, Mr. Primal also there, and he is working very hard on this. Mattala, for example, is a place where we really forgot about, and the entire aerodrome was not really in a good condition to, in a safety perspective, for example, because we have the threat of wildlife and so on, and then how to mitigate those threats. And as a company, we spend a lot of money, and while we are saving the money and leveraging our potential and linking the industry, Mr. Primal work on these actually, and then we have now done to a great extent to achieve the standards to meet the travel demand.
Yeah.
If it is operational, so there are a lot of potential, I know, but Ratmalana the same, because we either should forget about Ratmalana, and that is why the Katunak was developed in my knowledge, and then we have to think of how to activate Ratmalana. That is why we developed a master plan earlier also. We attempted actually even to connect Maldivian, but it was not successful. And even domestic airline, we talk about domestic aviation industry, but nobody knows about the market potential. Now we have initiated a research project with Moroto University. Dr. Varun is sitting in the audience, and we are now working on that research, because there is no any research done in Sri Lanka to identify the market potential for domestic aviation. Nobody knows that. There's a report done by the World Bank in 2016, which is quite old. And we as the policymakers or maybe government talk about domestic aviation boost, and who are the carriers? What is the market potential? Nobody knows. So therefore, we are trying to find a solution for that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Doctor.
very much.
Yes.
I
Any more
apologize
questions?
for taking your time. I do apologize. And I think, Dr. Sumit, we should talk at a separate
Absolutely.
meeting, because, you said a lot of things. That's fine. Thank you very much. I do apologize for the time taken.
That's okay, Captain. Thank you very much. That's added the value for this forum, your question. And we expected that from your side. So then we'll move on to the second round of this panel discussion. Now, we paved sort of a foundation for this discussion, and now we are going to talk about more on these subject areas. Now, this is my second question to you, DG. Now, global, as you said, ICAO predicted that the industry will triple by 2050, and we need more people, we need more aircraft, pilot, crew, and technicians, a lot of things, and also industry parts like MROs. We need a lot of things to cater to this development. Now, global pilot and crew shortage, especially in Asia Pacific, present both challenges and opportunities for countries with strategic vision. It's actually an opportunity and also a challenge. We have something to provide, but to make it, we have a challenge. Now, this is your question. What regulatory and policy measures in CASL taken to address these global pilot and crew shortages, particularly in South Asia Pacific region?
Okay, good question. Okay, from the we are the regulator, so we don't run flying schools at the moment. But what we can do is to strengthen the regulatory framework, and that's what I am involved in right now. As you, maybe some of you are aware, some of you are not, the Civil Aviation Authority and Sri Lanka is audited by the International Civil Aviation Organization from time to time. Other states are also audited like that, but usually there's an audit cycle. So we were audited last in 2018, and we have very good scores, 87% effective implementation of ICAO standards in the safety side, which was like the 6th in Asia Pacific region. On the security side, we had an audit in 2023. That was where we scored 92% of effective implementation. It's like the report card. So 92% is very high. And so in the South Asian region, we are the leaders in safety and security as far as the IQ audit is concerned. So that's a good starting point for us. There is an audit planned most probably in the second half of 2026. So we are preparing ourselves for that. We are changing regulations in line with the audit requirements. So that's something which we are doing. We're also looking at our processes and regulatory literature, regulatory laws to be in line with the ICAO standards and recommended practices. So that's something which we are doing. So the EI score is quite important for global recognition. Even in the Asia Pacific region, one of the things they look at is what is your EI score. If your EI score is high, then you're generally accepted. So pilots and other license holders coming from our country has a special recognition because of the EI score. For example, in the safety arena, the global average is about 65 to 67%. We are at an 87% current score.
Yeah, I mean effective implementation.
Effective implementation,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
EI score, effective implementation. And in the security side, it's about 72% is the global average. We are at 92. So from that point of view, we are at the high levels.
We are safe.
We are safe. That doesn't mean an accident can't happen, but definitely what the ICAO is looking at is this regulatory oversight capability. Okay, so we also had some challenges because we have, some of our staff have migrated during COVID and all that, right? So, so what we are doing is to standardize and strengthen the institutional framework of our organization. Apart from that, what we are doing is we are bringing a lot of training into Sri Lanka. In the morning, I was delayed to come here because we started a workshop on aviation security on aviation screening equipment. It's a very interesting workshop organized by the European Civil Aviation Conference. So we managed to bring a lot of training into Sri Lanka, especially in the security region. We've had 5 training programs brought and hosted in Sri Lanka. On the safety side, we started a new project, the EASA-funded European Aviation Safety Agency's Aviation Partnership Project, which is also based in Sri Lanka. The project office is based in Sri Lanka, so a lot of training is coming into Sri Lanka. So that's something which is good, because on the regulatory side we are improving. And there is, for everyone in the audience, I think there is a lot of opportunity and a possibility. Opportunity because training is one area we can quickly facilitate without big investments. Because Sri Lanka is a place which is maybe politically non-aligned, maybe.
No,
yeah, you can call it non-aligned in the region at least. It's a place where a lot of the states can travel to. We are centrally located. And this is something which I spoke even at the global stage, where I invited ICAO to bring their training into Sri Lanka. Okay, so from the regulatory side, that's what we are doing. But as Sampath mentioned, I think, and I have spoken to my staff also, what we should be looking at is an ecosystem, not an aviation sector, an ecosystem. And that's why I'm doing, looking at aviation as an ecosystem, because in an ecosystem, everyone supports each other and everyone benefits from others, right? For example, if you have a thriving aviation industry, you will have opportunity for maintenance MROs, maintenance providers, then for catering, then for aircraft cleaning and all. And that's what Singapore has done. There's a whole host of service providers gathered in that in country. So that's something which we need to look at.
Yeah.
And one of the ways of supporting the future of the workforce is by making a strong regulatory framework.
Okay, you mean now we have regulated the industry well and we are safe and we'll be able to overcome all these challenges and we can have all these opportunities in future.
Yes.
Okay, and you said very important thing, that is we need to have very good collaboration with the industry partners. As Sampath, you said, aviation ecosystem is very important, and also to have it, we need to have sort of collaboration with each and every partner, and also we need to have stakeholder engagement. So having that, we'll be able to go for a better future. So, Dr. Sumit, now you have received enough questions from the audience, captain, and myself, but still you have one question to ask. This is now Sri Lanka's role as a natural gateway. We discussed this in South Asia and the Indian Ocean region. It represents a very unique opportunities, especially as aviation drives tourism growth and economic recovery. We are in this recovery phase. Now, this is my question. How are you leveraging Sri Lanka's strategic position as a gateway to South Asia and Indian Ocean? And what role does this play in tourism-driven economic recovery? Always, you have two questions.
Yeah. Right. And I remember the two questions actually, and then just with your permission to talk about one thing in addition to that, what DG mentioned about training. I should be fair from my side because I should speak about training as well. Our head of training also sitting there, Kishan Nimratna, because we should not forget our training arm of airport and aviation, which is doing a tremendous service to the industry. Where we are the only organization who are training the air traffic controllers, for example, based in Ratmalana, to all the technical areas, and we are leveraging our potential also. I understand, for the last few decades, we have been very conservative and then very inward looking, but we are now starting to expand our horizons. You will come to know very soon some outcomes that we have already planned up with our head of training there. And then to answer your question, Mr. Dimuthu mentioned about 33 destinations that you are connecting. In addition to that, we as a country, we are connecting around 56 destinations with other help of thanks to all the steam airlines who are bringing our destination to the world connectivity. And thanks to them, for example, Middle East, we are having 8 destinations. East Asia, 8 destinations. Southeast Asia, 5 destinations. And then we have South Asia, 15 destinations, and plus the rest. Europe, we have 4 destinations. That is our connectivity. And again, one very important thing about, we, from Captain Elmo to all of us, we talk about the industry collaboration, how we work with collaborative efforts with our joint strategy. I personally believe it is not the organization, it is based on the person. The person who is sitting on the key chair. He is the person who is connecting the companies. He is the person who is connecting the industry together. I think, madam, you will agree with me to my statement. So therefore, what I am telling with the practical experience, so we have been able to bring people together in these sort of organizations. It can be the immigration. It can be the Sri Lankan Airlines. It can be the tourism, for example. Now we have first time had very, jointly discussed at length with Sri Lanka Tourism Chairman and Sri Lanka Tourism Promotion Bureau, how we should work collaboratively. And the MD, I brought out the MD to visit our places personally and then to Jaffna. So what tourism can do. for Ratmalana what tourism can do. And then for BIA, for example, now even the advertising, for example, you may will blame us, for example, it was not under my purview, but I should talk about that. And for the first time, we offered our tender to Sri Lanka tourism. That is for the first time for the arrival areas, and then we have floated 6 tenders now. Even Sri Lanka tourism will get some advantage, I don't know. So we want tourism to come and play a part at our gateways. That's our change strategy. And I told, for example, for the Belavia operation to Mattale and some other charter operations, where tourism, we have spoken to them, sat with them, and then asked them to support us in their joint promotion, even to Jaffna. So we are making good numbers in Jaffna. So what we do, even, for example, whenever the airlines will, agree with me, basically, if any airline coming to Colombo, for example, all the inauguration functions, we are collaboratively doing it. So we are doing our part, and Sri Lanka Tourism will support us in organizing some of the activity. That is a collaborative effort. That is what we have actually realized, and even going further at BIA. At BIA, you talk about high-end tourism, for example. It's a very potential, an emerging market for us, and where Sri Lanka has not been able to capture, because every airport in the world, they have a dedicated terminal for high-end tourism. So, corporate jets, for example. We don't have. So, therefore, now we are in the process of actually recalling a tender to 1 acre land in Katunayaka to serve the both purposes, for domestic and also for corporate jets. And now we are going to float it within the next 2 weeks. We'll be floating with the cabinet approval to facilitate high-end tourism. That is to establish an exclusive passenger terminal to facilitate the corporate jets. That is one thing that we are coming with. Even Ratmalana we actually floated, but there was no particular interest from the audience. But BIA, of course, there are. So we think of how we can leverage these potentials.
Yeah, that's actually a very timely decision to establish a separate terminal for these private jets and all. Yeah. And also think about if you can go for maybe for LCCs, a separate terminal, maybe refurbish one. That is actually, that will ease the congestion at the airport currently.
And
so I don't know, this is just
Shara, basically, yeah, thank you. And also, for example, if you look at the high-end tourism, the high-end class that we are handling through our airport, they are the people who are who have the tendency to complain. And then we are looking at now establishing separate area for business class passengers. That is also being discussed at the moment with our chairman. Yeah. Separate area. It was discussed actually with Sri Lankan ground handling as well. Separate area for the,
I think they should consider having a separate terminal for Sri Lankan airlines.
Yeah, be a separate area for business class passengers, and also, for example, Gold Route. So it was an innovation that we did last 3 years to earn some dollars for the country. It was a very successful product actually. We have earned millions of money. Yeah. And then while we have filled a market gap to the high-end tourism in the country.
Yeah, we know that you have done a lot of things and to leverage this everything, aviation industry and all, but still, as a layman, I must say, as an outsider, not from the regulatory body, as a general public, you need to speed up all this, because now this year we are losing about 30 odd connection, 30 odd airlines, if I am correct. Yeah, that is again a big money on this. Anyway,
30 frequencies.
We know that there are a lot of challenges, and you and me, we can't control this. We need to have, as Captain said, as Buddhika said, we need a collaboration.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to the second question for you. So, Timothu, now, as airports, always airlines are facing very big challenges. Not only Sri Lankan Airlines, not only Fitz-Air, the local airlines, but everyone in these forum, there are a lot of airlines representation. Everyone, you're facing challenges and unpredicted things. And also from crew shortages to rising operational cost. And recently I heard that Qatar Airways introduced Starlink connection on board. So that's the challenge for others, because they provide very good product to passengers. Then others will have to produce or give passengers a very productive, very attractive product for them. So that is also a challenge when they are competing with the industry partners. So Sri Lankan Airlines also will have to face this. Now this is my question. What challenges does Sri Lankan Airlines face in the current global environment? Wars, these technology enhancements, so particularly regarding crew shortages and how is the airline embracing digital transformation? We know that you have introduced a lot of digital the products and all, especially kiosks and all. So what is your answer on this question?
Jara, I think the main difficulty what we have for all the airlines, not only Sri Lankan, I'm sure all the airline, my colleagues here will agree, is the shortage of the aircraft. I think that's the number one. Shortage of aircraft is the main issue right now globally everyone is facing. In last year, October in Malta, this Air Lease company CEO did a presentation. He said any airline placing an order for brand new aircraft today, minimum waiting time is 5 to 6 years. So putting that and with Rehan's statistics in 2050 to triple this numbers. So we should have, I think, approximately there are about 35,000 commercial aircrafts available globally right now. So to face this, the demand, we should have about 100,000 aircraft in 2015, another 25 years time. And with that waiting time, I don't know whether we should be able to, but having said that, that's the number one difficulty what every airline is facing. And most of the airlines are going for collaborations, the partnerships, the code-share, joint business agreements, everything, because they can't. 35,000 aircrafts, and there are about 9,000 commercial airports, where our metal goes to only 33. So you can imagine the potential. And we don't have aircrafts, demand is there. But having said that, coming back to the other question about the crew shortage and the staff, yes, we are facing that. But a lot of Sri Lankans are leaving Sri Lanka, and Sri Lankan aviation professionals are leaving overseas for better opportunities. That is number one. And we are still having difficulty, but I must say Sri Lanka as a nation right now, I'm sure most of you all must have seen we advertised for a cabin crew, and there were about 12,000 applicants. Huge demand. And we selected very small number, about 200 or something. But the demand is there. For the industry, the passion is there. That's a good thing. Now, I was talking to Captain Elmo also. We have a shortage of pilots when we advertise. We get about more than 100 candidates from Sri Lanka. But we select about 13, 14 number. And within a couple of years, we had 3 batches. We recruited, one is going on right now, the advertisement. The numbers for our operation, yes, good. But Sri Lankan is not, even though we recruit for our operation, we have a lot of aviation professionals trained with Sri Lankan Airlines and went to overseas, and they are doing very well. The number, Sri Lanka, for Sri Lankan operation right now, even though it's short, but we are working on that and the numbers are good. And we also have our aviation college with about 35 years with us, with Sri Lankan Aviation College with a history of 35 years. Primal is also here. He was a previous general manager. He brought this to this level. Thank you, Primal. And that trained all ground handling, cabin crew, engineering, all aviation professionals they are using to the market. So the numbers are good. Sri Lankans have that passion. And not only to, like I said, they are not only for Sri Lankan, they are going overseas and they are working for a lot of other foreign airlines as well. And that number, the human touch is not the only thing what we require. we have to evolve with the industry, with the technology. So digital transformation, yes, we are working very hard on that. And as you rightly said, that kiosk we have introduced, and during COVID, these touchless screens, the check-in process, everything that we have introduced, that was very good. We recently, our latest addition is Yana, our chatbot. It's, yes, using GPT-4 version, and he said 5 version is also out. We are using still 4, but it gives a good support for everything. 88% of our questions being answered by Yana, and it's 24/7 with multilingual facility. That gives all the passengers, they feel they care and they support and they heard. So that's very important when somebody is asking something. There is somebody to attend to that. And that's very successful. Not only that, even for engineering management, we have latest systems and revenue management. We are on par with all the airlines. In technology-wise, even the loyalty programs, the same. All the airlines, most of the airlines are using the same technology. So technology-wise, also Sri Lankan is moving forward, rubbing shoulders with all the big players. And we also have our strength, like for previous question I said, our strength is our people. Sri Lankans have this passion, and they are, along with this technology development, sky is not the limit.
Yeah, actually no option. We have to go with these technologies, and we have to change it. Now, when you think about this ChatGPT's AI support for this every nook and corner in the industry, around the country, but now it has come. So, thank you, Dimuthu. And then let me to go to Sampath. Now, regional MRO hubs require very substantial infrastructure, skilled workforce, and supportive policies to be successful, as we have seen in markets like Singapore and Dubai. As you said in your first answer, they have enough facilities, but still the labor cost is high. But anyway, this is my question. What strategic investment in human capital development and professional training are needed to build Sri Lanka's skilled aviation workforce for establishing the country as regional MRO hub?
Thank you. So when it's come to the MRO development, Ishara, as I said earlier, so the man-hour rates and the available manpower are critical factors. So these should form the foundation for any aviation plan for Sri Lanka. So if you are serious about developing the aviation industry in this country, so we must take a collaborative and the practical and long-term approach, DG. So they aim at capturing even a small portion of Asia Pacific MRO market. So one of the most, as Ishara, one of the most the vital components of the strong aviation ecosystem is a training academies or training schools. So we have to have a clear 10-year plan that answers the fundamental questions, which is how many skilled technicians do we intend to train, and how many engineers do we need to produce for both general aviation and commercial aviation requirements. And at the same time, how do we bridge these skilled professionals with international job opportunities while also supporting the local MRO growth. So at present, many foreign aviation companies or the MROs are still coming to Sri Lanka to conduct interviews. So selecting our talent for overseas work. So we are still in the top in their list as a country. So if we plan this properly, the Sri Lanka cannot only generate indirect revenue, but also channel that talent pool back into the strengthening our MRO development roadmap. So Ishara, another important thing actually I would like to say here is that the Sri Lankan, I'm sure the panel members also agree with me, the Sri Lankan aviation professionals are already making a global impact and the global footprint.
Yes.
So, for example, wherever you go in the industry, whether in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, or Europe, or North
US,
America,
yeah.
you will find the Sri Lankans in the leadership roles. And not only the leadership roles, the higher management, they are representing every layers. So, because what do you call that, our work ethics and our reputation speak volumes. That's what I believe. I mean, for example, and I'm sure the people I'm about to mention won't get upset with me doing so. The CEO of world's largest seaplane operator, Mr. Fauzi, was a Sri Lankan. And the founder of the first EASA approved aviation design company in Latvia, Mr. Disa, also Sri Lankan. And he runs a back office here in Colombo, I think more than 40 aviation designers. And the CEO of UDS Global, one of the leading aircraft interior company in the world, Mr. Manoj Bogad, also Sri Lanka. So, I mean, Ishara, this is just a few examples of Sri Lankans leading at the highest level of global aviation.
Yes.
So, as a country, we must engage with such entrepreneurs and professionals, and we must talk to them, their insights, and incorporate their ideas into shaping our national aviation strategy. And at the same time, I have to say, this forum also the vital step reshaping the future. So let us collaborate, DG, and challenge the status quo, and let us work together and build a strong and competitive and sustainable aviation ecosystem right here in Sri Lanka. So we are there for that. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, just to add to Sampath, I think we have started now connecting with these people. We had a guy who works at the FAA who was used to work for the NASA. We invited him to the CA, so we are now starting to connect with all these people. So you can give me those contacts as well,
sure,
so that we can connect. Yeah. And also what you mentioned about the blueprint, I think that's something which we need to do, because I did a little research and I feel the technicians and the aircraft maintenance engineers, it's a good area that we can concentrate for the future-ready workforce in the world, because we can produce a lot of numbers at one given point. So we should start on that blueprint.
Yes. Yeah, if we can't get more aircraft, but we can make people can make resources like human resource, so we can earn money and foreign currency to Sri Lanka. That is also one part. We can develop it. All right. And also, the most important word today is ecosystem.
Ecosystem.
So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, now that is the end of this second round. Now it is your turn. You can ask. I will give you two opportunities. One already raised his hand. Yes. If somebody can give a mic to staff.
Thank you. My question goes to Mr. Aniappa.
Excuse me, if you can introduce yourself first.
My name is Hiroshan Kulatunga, and I work as an aviation consultant.
Okay. Your name is there.
Yes, go ahead.
So, you discussed regarding acceptance of licenses and training and aspects, and I'm just going to highlight a bit of a glitch. Sorry to highlight on the negatives. Sure. So let's take an example where Sri Lankan technical training, there's a bunch of, or a batch of students who pass out, and there's going to be some Sri Lankans, there's going to be some Maldivians. I'm taking a hypothetical example. Now, Sri Lankan technical training itself is accepted by the Maldives CAA, and when they go back to Malé, they are automatically kind of qualified for the license. However, in Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan Airlines training itself is not qualified to be accepted. Yes, it is accepted as it is on paper, but the students have to go through all the 30 modules back again.
Yes, I know that, yes.
And so in my case, I did at KLM UK in UK. When I went to the Maldives, they did an audit on my school and accepted my license. And however, when I wanted to apply in Sri Lanka, I had to go through the 13 modules again.
Exams, yeah.
This is just a case, and it also applies when it comes to accepting foreign license. For example, I have a foreign license, and it's not very easily accepted as it would be in another country. Now, stepping forward from there, there's a lot of other aspects that needs to be considered by the CA. For example, there are CAMOs around the world who are on a third-party level. They are softwares are very well accepted around the world. However, the Sri Lankan regulatory framework does not allow them to step in, which, if you will, like there's a bit of a friction for an average Sri Lankan. Imagine the amount of foreign studies average Sri Lankan gains, and if that is not accepted through a Sri Lankan framework, I think that is where things need to be addressed, just so that there's a bit of friction. So I would like to know what is the future of the Sri Lanka Civil Aviation to make sure that the Sri Lankan potential is identified in terms of their international acceptance. I hope the question is clear.
Right, okay. I may not be fully aware of the subject area, but generally it's license to license that is accepted globally in terms of the Chicago Convention. If not, you need to have a special arrangement for example, the exams to be accepted there in another country, right? I think in the Sri Lankan Airlines, what we have currently is they run the YASA course, but those kids have to, and the exams are done there, the kids have to come and do the exams again at the CA. That's what's currently happening, but it's under discussion. So just last week, I had a consultation with our staff to see how we could not duplicate the process. It's not confirmed. So that's something which we are working on. Apart from the other one, which the other question, what was your other question?
The other question would be, there are, for example, if you look at the camo procedures, they say quite clearly, like third-party camos can be implemented. And there are a lot of resources around the world where camo services are there, which we can kind of get their support to establish operations here in Sri Lanka.
Right.
I do understand there's an accountability issue. There should be a certain Sri Lankan point of contact who will be taking accountability, and that should be arranged. I have no argument about that. But the Sri Lankan framework doesn't necessarily allow sometimes for that software-based camo systems to actually implement themselves. I'm not talking about commercial aviation here. That's a different game. But I'm talking about smaller operations for them to be more viable or relevant in the country.
Right, okay. I'm not conversant with that area at the moment, but I will look at it. I will speak to you separately. Right.
Thank you, Roshan. Sampath, I think he's also a success story. For an example, you said a lot of examples for successful people in the world, Sri Lankans. Iroshan also one of them. So, right, thank you, Iroshan, and I can give you another chance for you all to ask a question. Yes, if somebody can give that mic to that gentleman over there.
Speaking about the same challenges that we are speaking today, what is that we will be doing in order to bring that ecosystem Rehan was speaking about, to bring about a collective progress to the service sector? Today, if you go to see, each one of you, all of us are in our ivory towers. What do we do? What do we need to do collectively? At the end of the forum, we may even, say that this is what we are going to do in order to bring the change. So my question to you is, what is that collective responsibility that you're taking in order to bring the change that we are all looking at? Whatever that you say you will be held accountable. I'm joking.
From the CS point of view, I think there is something which we need to do, which is to understand the workforce, where we are currently. There is a interesting document Singapore has published about their workforce and the different areas in the aviation industry, the different career opportunities and such like that in Singapore. But similarly, we have not done a workforce research, and something which we need to do. I already spoke to someone whether some funding could be arranged, where across the board we need to understand how many people are engaged. Now, for example, there are software developers like IFS developing for international aviation market. Then there are others who manufacture nets and all that. But we are not engaged as to how many people are involved in this sector, and also to create a forecast where we can actually go. So that's something which CA is interested to do, and we will do by the next time, so that we can make some strategic decisions. Data is important, and so that's something which I will do by the next aviation forum.
Yeah, we'll see for a better future. We'll see. We'll be able to.
I have to start work today then.
Yeah, the DGCA will answer for that the next year. And also, I will give you one final chance for that gentleman who raised his hand in the corner. Excuse me, the person who was there. You raise hand. Yes, you can ask your question.
I would like to mention regarding the echo, now, those good old days when we were there, the traditional instruments are ASI, that is air speed indicator, followed by the EGT, exhaust gas temperature, and VSI. They all to be double checked, all that. But now you find the digital method, all pilots are doing it from the digital method. But still, they have to double check with the traditional instrument as well. So that will increase the safety of the aircraft. You see, according to the Concorde, they were flying from Charles de Gaulle Airport to America, and they found they are disturbing the echo, things like that. So it became a failure. So what I thought was, we also should give a special standing for our traditional instrument as well. Now, if you say Trident aircraft, I was employed for Air Ceylon as a ground engineer, and I who marshaled at Katunayak Airport during the international non-aligned conference. I marshaled General de Gaulle, Anwar Sadat plane as well. So I would like to mention, we have to keep up our traditional instrument. Because take for instance the Trident aircraft, they have 3 different safety landings. So that's why we call Trident. 3 different. If one fails, it goes to the other, then to another. So it's very safe aircraft. So what I want to say is we must always get accustomed to the traditional instrument. I think nowadays the pilots don't have to do very much of work, because now instead of the screen method, digital screen method, the artificial intelligence is coming in. The pilots will have very limited work to do. So we have to also keep the traditional instrument in a very good condition, and we have to think about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I think that's the end of this panel discussion. While I'm thanking for these distinguished panelists, let me to summarize today's insights. Now, the strategic positioning of Sri Lanka is very important now. Sri Lanka's natural geographic advantage as a gateway to South Asia and Indian Ocean region presents immense opportunities, as we discussed, but requires coordinated action across all stakeholders. We mentioned this. And also infrastructure development, as Sumit correctly said, and also you asked this question. The expansion of BIA, optimization of Mattala, and development of cargo hubs are critical to competing with regional rivals. There are a lot of challenges from regions, and we all discussed that we need to have a sort of infrastructure development. And also digital transformation. The implementation of smart airport technologies, AI integration, and digital processes will be essential for maintaining competitiveness, not only for airports, but also for airlines. And also human resources. Everyone, we talk about these human resources is very important at addressing pilot and crew shortage through NGAP initiatives, and comprehensive training program is crucial for sustainable growth. So that is the outcome of this, or the summary of this panel discussion. And now today's discussions clearly highlight that Sri Lanka stands as a crossroad of opportunity. So we have a lot of opportunities. Only thing, we need to grab them. We need to enjoy these opportunities. Of course, we have challenges. Our strategic location combined with focused investment in infrastructure, technology, and human capital can position us as a formidable player in the global aviation landscape. So also the collaboration between or the among stakeholders is very important, especially regulatory authorities, airlines, and other representation airports, and also everyone. We need to have a sort of collaboration to have a maximum get the maximum opportunities for this, the development of aviation industry. So that's all about this panel discussion. We talk about, our topic was the global aviation landscape and Sri Lanka's strategic position. So I think it was a very fruitful discussion we had with this panel discussion, and I know you actively participated as participants, audience. So thank you very much, and we'll meet by another. We have lined up the aviation voice with this aviation forum. We have lined up another set of panel discussions. We'll meet again. Thank you very much, and thank you for the panelists for your contribution. And why don't you give a very big round of applause?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Panel, I request you to remain on stage for the official photograph. Dear photographers, could you please cooperate with us because we have a very limited time frame. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Now we are turning our heads into our silver sponsor, Texan Aviation. Ms. Jody Bevan, who is the Regional Sales Director, Southeast Asia, Texan Aviation, is ready to take us through a presentation. Ms. Jody, this forum is yours.
Just while we're waiting for this to load up, I'd just like to say thank you also to Dev and the team from Aviation Voice for this opportunity to share our updates with you. Also to our local partners here, Infotech's team, for bringing this opportunity to our attention and inviting us. Thank you. Okay. So thank you all. I'm Jodie Bevan from Textron Aviation. We are the manufacturers of the Cessna and Beechcraft aircraft, many of which you see here in Sri Lanka and around the region, many operators in this room. I'd just like to introduce the team from Textron that supports Sri Lanka specifically. For anyone who is in the room that I haven't met yet, I am Jodie Bevan, the Regional Sales Director for the turboprop and jet aircraft. We also have specialists for piston aircraft, government and military, our aftermarket service and parts, as well as our new Sky Courier product, which I'll introduce a little bit more of in a moment. We do have a pre-owned aircraft specialist as well. Some of you in the room may be familiar with Raghu Rahman. He is our field service engineer, so he visits all of our clients and aircraft owners. And Dave Cobcroft there, who is in parts. So I have been supporting new aircraft owners in Sri Lanka and surrounding region for the past 10 years with the factories. I'm currently residing in Singapore, and with me today from our team we have Daniel and Surin. If you guys wouldn't mind just raising your hands. Thank you. So I'll just move on to introducing Infotech. So even though many of you in the room are also familiar with Infotech, I think it's nice to formally introduce them. If you wouldn't mind raising your hands. Thank you. There's a few of you in the room. Infotech has been supporting Cessna and Beechcraft aircraft for over 20 years now. It's a wonderful partnership, and I'd like to take the opportunity just to clarify how that partnership works. So Infotech is not like a middleman or a broker. Whether you purchase an aircraft from them or through the factory direct, it's the same thing. The aircraft doesn't cost you any more or less. So I do recommend and encourage you all to engage with their team here locally and also with the extensive team around our region so that you can benefit from both local insights as well as global insights. So this is the lineup of aircraft that we are currently producing at Textron Aviation. We have 21 different aircraft, starting from the pistons. We have the Skyhawk, which is used by many of the flying schools globally. There are a few of these aircraft here in Sri Lanka. You will also see our legacy products here in Sri Lanka, the 150s and 152. It's the most produced aircraft, the 172 Skyhawk, in history. Well over 45,000 now globally. We also have the Caravans, the 208 and the 208BEX, also being operated here in Sri Lanka. We have our new Sky Courier, which we are looking forward to introducing into this market. We think it will be a great addition for cargo, for tourism, and again, I'll talk a little more about that later. Already in Asia Pacific and India Pacific regions, we've sold the Sky Courier into Thailand, Australia, Marshall Islands, Philippines, and Indonesia. So we're already seeing a lot of demand for this aircraft. This is probably also a good time to point out that when you purchase a new aircraft, Textron Aviation does support all of the first of type certifications, so you have our support from the very beginning. There is also our King Airs, the 260 and the 360. You'll also see those operating in Sri Lanka. And we have 6 jets. I'd like to talk a little more about these later on as well. There's a lot of opportunities there, especially if you're going to be introducing a private jet terminal. So there's no sense in the rest of the world taking advantage of that. I think there's advantages for you as well. We also have the Denali and the Ascend. So these are 2 of our newer products. The Denali will be being certified within the coming months. This is a single-engine turboprop aircraft, but it's pressurized, so quite a different business case to the Caravans. Great opportunities for medevac, high-end tourism and VIP transfers. There is a lavatory on board, so it's very much a VIP jet feel. And the Ascend, which is our newest development of the previous Citation 560 product. So this is the popular XLS, XLS Plus, and XLS Gen 2 that you see operating quite heavily in India. So I'd like to now share with you a quick video. Goes for a few minutes. It's from our President of Global Sales and Flight Operations, Mr. Lanny O'Banion, and he shares a number of updates with us.
Welcome. I am Lanny O'Banion, Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Textron Aviation. Sorry I can't be there in person, but I know we have a great team on site to host you. This is an exciting time at Textron Aviation as we continue to support our customers around the world. The General Aviation Manufacturing Association, also known as GAMA, shared its 2024 annual shipment report and the state of the industry. I'm proud of the fact that we continue to certify more aircraft and deliver more jets than anyone else in the industry. Our teams are dedicated to designing and delivering the best aviation experience for our customers, whatever the mission. And we do that by investing in our products and by supporting our customers around the world. Within our Cessna and Beechcraft brands, our strategy is to develop both new clean sheet aircraft and invest in our current product lineup to offer you the best of the best. At NBAA in October, we unveiled the next generation of legendary Cessna Citation light jets, the M2 Gen 3, the CJ3 Gen 3, and the CJ4 Gen 3. Currently under development, the aircraft will all come equipped with the revolutionary Garmin emergency auto-land technology. The CJ4 Gen 3 also features the all-new Garmin G3000 Prime avionics, bringing exceptional control to the pilot experience with streamlined touchscreen technology, smoother flight deck, and a reduced pilot workload. The CJ4 Gen 3 is expected to enter service in 2026, with the M2 Gen 3 and the CJ3 Gen 3 following in 2027. The Citation Latitude program also reached a remarkable milestone in 2024 with the rollout of the 400th aircraft, emphasizing our leadership in the mid-sized business jet segment. We also continue to see great success with the Cessna SkyCourier, available in the freighter, passenger, and combi variants. The twin-engine utility turboprop received type certification in 2024 in the Philippines and Australia, with more coming soon. The programs for the Beechcraft Denali and the Citation Ascend continue to advance, and we look forward to bringing them to our customers soon. Last year, we celebrated the grand opening of the company's largest parts distribution facility at our headquarters in Wichita, Kansas. This additional 180,000 square feet of space better equips us to serve our global customer base with increased parts storage and consolidated and faster shipping. Our Cessna and Beechcraft aircraft are well represented in Asia Pacific with more than 400 jets and 850 turboprops based in the region. Last year, we saw strong demand in the APAC continue with orders for the new Cessna SkyCourier, Beechcraft King Air 360, Grand Caravan EX, Citation business jets, and Cessna single-engine pistons. Our defense business also continues to make great strides in the region. Vietnam has started receiving its fleet of T6s for pilot training. We support our customers throughout every step of the sale and ownership journey. For example, our Singapore Service Center completed its first Black Hawk aerospace upgrade to the King Air 350. We recently announced the expansion of our global service network with a new modernized service facility in Melbourne. When completed in 2026, it will be more than double the size of the current facility, maximizing the support for our Cessna, Beechcraft, and Hawker customers in the region. Our new aircraft parts distribution center, also in Melbourne, is now 4 times larger than the previous, allowing for faster shipping and our customer support. In addition, we've relocated our Perth service center to a bigger facility to support more customer aircraft. We value your support and the trust in our aircraft to fulfill different missions, from corporate VIP transport to freight, air ambulance, flight training, amphibious, and specialized missions. We're proud to build some of the world's most iconic and beloved aircraft, and we are leading the way to the future of flight. Thank you for your confidence, trust, and commitment in our brand. We are grateful to have you as a driving force behind our company's success. Our team is on site to chat with you should you have any questions. Have a great evening.
So with that, this is a great opportunity for me to welcome you all. If you find yourselves in Singapore or in the center of USA, to come and visit our facilities, have a tour, see the aircraft, see the production lines, and also the opportunity to demo fly in some of our aircraft.
Welcome.
So I'll quickly go through some strength in numbers. We are very, very grateful that so many of you have chosen to operate our products for your business. And Sri Lanka is a very important market to Textron Aviation. We see further potential here for business growth. There is more than 70% of Sri Lanka's general aviation fixed-wing aircraft are Textron products. In the India market, you know, your neighbors next door have more than 50%. So it's quite significant numbers, and we will continue to invest in this region as far as parts, support, MROs, and you know, these numbers really do matter because it also shows the country's level of expertise in the aircraft, where you have a lot of pilots who are already type-rated on these aircraft, engineers, and this expertise can be easily transferred to other Textron Aviation products. Just a quick little bit about the Cessna Caravan, because you are quite familiar with this aircraft already. This is the 40th anniversary this year of the Cessna Caravan. It has gone through many extensive upgrades in technology over those 40 years. And according to one of the float plane manufacturers who produce the floats for our aircraft, Whipair, they also manufacture float kits for Caravans, Twin Otters, and other OEMs as well. The Caravan, Cessna Caravan Amphibian, is the most popular business seaplane globally. So we'll discuss in a little while why it's so popular. But it's important to note because, you know, I do understand that our neighbors in the Maldives do have quite a large fleet of Twin Otters, but the rest of the world is still operating the Cessna Caravans on floats. So we currently produce two types of caravans. We've got the 208 short body caravan and also the Grand Caravan EX. We previously produced a model in between this, which was the Grand Caravan, but with the smaller engine. So we now only produce the one with the larger engine. It has a better ROI, better lift capabilities, better performance. So go through some of that. So the Cessna Caravan Amphibian, I won't go through all of these points, but there are already many seaplane destinations around Sri Lanka that suit the Cessna Caravan Amphibian, its performance, its characteristics, and there is potential for seaplane tourism industry to grow further in Sri Lanka, I feel, with the Cessna Caravan. Moving on to the Sky Courier, the 408. So as you see, this is one of our newer clean sheet design aircraft. We've got in the top there the cargo version without windows. This version can carry about 6,000 pounds of cargo or 3 LD3 containers. And the one closer to us in the image is the passenger version, which carries 19 passengers plus luggage. Here's a quick look at the cargo version. We also have a gravel kit. It's quite a popular aircraft to land on gravel, grass, runways. You'll see also that there's a fixed undercarriage, so this makes the aircraft stronger, able to carry more, lower maintenance costs, less moving parts. This aircraft can be flown, you know, from perhaps the East Coast straight to Colombo. Some of the opportunities we see here are for aquaculture and fresh seafood products being exported. So not just bringing tourism and people into Sri Lanka, but also increasing your exports. You could demand a higher price for seafood products if they're transported faster and fresher. When you package things into these LD3 containers, they can be self-cooling, and they're also sealed, so they're ready to be transported straight onto a wide-body aircraft and straight off to Japan, Singapore, or the rest of the world. This is a look at the 19-passenger version. We also have a combi version, which can be cargo and passengers. This is a great fleet addition for anyone operating caravans, for example, if you have routes with higher demand or more passengers to take. So a great way to upsize. And then also for the larger airlines and ATR operators in the region, this is a great way to give supplemental lift to that fleet of aircraft where you have sectors that don't perhaps fill the aircraft every time. So like with all Cessna aircraft models, the focus is on the design, the reliability, the efficiency, the low operating costs, the fixed undercarriage, Garmin G1000. Very easy for your schools to train from a Cessna Garmin 172 Skyhawk straight into a Caravan, straight into a Sky Courier. This is a quick look at how the combi versions work. Much like the Caravans, they're very quick to reconfigure. You can take seats in and out. You can move cargo around. There's a lavatory option as well. And for our flight training, while the Cessna Skyhawk 172 does remain the extremely popular aircraft of choice for flying schools, we do note that the difficulties in fuel supply throughout India Pacific, Asia Pacific regions, we share your pain in that. And I would be happy to discuss some other options that we have for alternative fuel supplies. So if you'd like to come and see us at the table later, we'd be happy to discuss that. So we're talking hybrid, we're talking electric, and we do have some other options available. So for the Citation business jets, we do see the opportunities around this region starting to extend from America. Those models that we see with NetJets throughout Europe, they're using our Ascend, which is the Citation 560s. In America, they tend to want to go a little further, so they use our products like the Longitude and the Latitude. In this region, I could see opportunities for both, depending on where you wanted to reach, whether you're going into India, Thailand, Singapore, or you want to go further than that. This is a great way for someone to come in and build a small charter company or block hours selling a membership, for example, this kind of business model, and using your private jet terminal to benefit from that. So as we're preparing Sri Lanka for growth, there's been a lot of discussions today about training. There is a lot of expertise here, so hopefully you can bring back some of that retired workforce to train the next generation. That's certainly what we're doing at our factories back in America. So we're bringing back retired aircraft builders to help train the next generation. But aside from that, there's a whole lot of support that we can offer you, route analysis, cost analysis, whether you'd like to compare different types of aircraft or different operation ideas. We'd be very happy to support those discussions. So thank you very much for your time. I don't want to be keeping you from your lunch, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jody, for sharing this information with us. Now we are heading towards the lunch break, sponsored by Ceylon Aeronautical Services. So enjoy and let's meet back. Thank you.